Assalamualaikum. Ada sound. Assalamualaikum. Selamat malam. Selamat awal pagi. Just TV. Thank you for the like. So hari ini kita mau, bukan hari ini lah, untuk sesi ini kita perbaiki dulu saya punya headphone apa semua nih. Kita mau continue pergi ini, The Adventures of the Clouded Kokoro. Saya sebenarnya not sure apa maksud dia Clouded Kokoro dalam konteks nih. Sebab saya tidak ingat the last time dalam The Real Adventure, dalam apa namanya ni, Sherlock Holmes punya stories, adakah something yang clouded something? Tapi yalah, apa? Mas minum Nescafe dulu. Okay, kita beritahu kan. Jess TV, thank you for the like. So mungkin saya akan main lebih kurang 1 jam atau 1 jam setengah untuk ni investigation ni. So let's do this. Oh, anime lagi kah? The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Sudah? Okay. Belum. 19th of February, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were luxurious. I feel like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent an entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except when I learned that we owed £3 for the room, the dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting. I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we are not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. I'm in this scary place. Macam mana sudah suara ini saya buat dulu. Ada lagi orang like kah? Good morning to you at this early hour. Saya buat macam ada kasar-kasar kah? Tidak. Saya lupa sih. River, thank you for the like. Thank you. Yes, well. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report of the outcome of the trial at Old Bailey yesterday. Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid. Even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you have very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've heard I already been appraised of events. Itukah suara dia sama jelas tadi? You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh. No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern island. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than a practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was clear. What more were you hoping for? Cuma mana mau serak basah tu? Boleh kan saya buat serak basah? The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Well, Lord Van Six, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never imagined to ascertain the truth, and then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? Macam mana? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. No. What? Mr. McGilded is dead? Ada burung terus terbang di belakang. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Okay. Ada benda baru kah? Saya rasa tidak anything new selain kan saya bercakap dengan dia. We killed to death. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus has been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course. It was the scene of the crime, which Mr. McGilded has been accused of. Precisely. Apa bayang pelik ni? Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went into flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak. But already, the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. The bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. thinking back now. Immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilder did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGilder talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer a concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGilder. So, how did you find the first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was wow. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Subsan has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Mr. Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating. I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Favorable verdict? Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectation, I freely admit. That much, at least, is undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? New case. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me. This Modern trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite as urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died as yet. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes and 19 seconds to be precise. Huh? So the trial's tomorrow then? Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilder trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial would start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparation for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 22 hours, 26 minutes and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intended to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. Apa Asogi mo? I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, because I'm always used to saying, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I like to work towards that myself. And the other thing, another thing, continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. Suppose he would have done if he didn't make it to... You're out of time. Well, thank you for enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you to the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, you never told me. Anyway, you had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Apa dipakan tuh? Crepe? Ano? Potato? Could we trouble you? Macam mana suara dia ni? What do you think? Huh? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do anything with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some fibbery about the weather doesn't get every English gen eating out of your hands, you know? But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. It's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying, Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days, and all because of Bumpin' who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that rip-em sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo, judicial assistant to... Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. Laden weather don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable. How did she pull that off? So, Lord Stronghearted asked me to fill you in on the case. Tapi saya nampak suara dia mungkin ada macam sengau sikit pasal ada Misa itu kan. The name Tobias Grayson, Inspector Grayson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gitu kah? Grayson? Inspector Grayson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective name mean something to her? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Grayson? Makan. You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, in that publication. What it's called again? Rand's magazine? That's right. Inspector Grayson and Mr. Holmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Holmes? That's incredible. Well, I don't know about that. Mr. Holmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Holmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You have earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yanders. These were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Holmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not. And thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Oh, that's wonderful. No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than a man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They are whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folks are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people. Oh, baru the case. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she still ended up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward will attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with the Susato takedown, would you? This is neither here nor there. This is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Rinosuke. You angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must be something left at the scene that led directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor has been assigned to the trial tomorrow. It's Lord Varric Van Zeeks. No! Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death in itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Baron Van Zeeks. Lord Barrack Van Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Barrack. Mr. McGilder told us about him before the trial, didn't he? Hey, buddy. When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he has been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty? Is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Ha! And what of it? Oh, well, I think that means even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? Uy, kok kasi masuk di pocket cell itu? What happened to the bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McKellar came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks could get the death to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it works, how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic, black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Right, well, I feel you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. I'll still be carrying out a few investigations there. It was Prior Road, you said, didn't you, where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am, and if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already? He said Guzes, shaking like a leaf in his cell. He is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. 53. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. But if the man they arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling for the shock of yesterday's event myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I'm your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes, let's go! Kita pergi scene of the crime dulu. Cek. 19th of February, Briar Road. Adakah basikal tu penting? So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah, look! Mr. Naruhodo! Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But, Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes, but I haven't dreamt I ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Hehe, of course. I have to try one. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your happy dreams come true. I don't see Inspector Grayson anywhere. Shall we see if we can sneak past and investigate the scene of the stabbing? Why should we sneak? I don't want to upset one of those bobbies and be butted on the head by one of those metal helmets. My skull will crack in two, I'm sure. Oh no! An English bobby would never do such a thing. This is a land of gentlemen, you know. Saya mau cek tu basikal. Apa tu? Cermin. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has long and strong story. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll, and the place is crooked and sagging all over. Fragments look decidedly worse shaped than the other houses around here. We must achieve loggings ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, cheap, but ideally it must be level 4. Oh, a British bicycle! Look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycle has become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Goodness, do you dislike bicycle? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with me. We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. Oh, comelnya tuh. Oh, look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Yes, but they're all filled with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps in an empty property where nobody lives at the moment. There's smoke coming up from the chimney as well. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it is known as foggy London town. I can just make out some sort of spire through the fog. It looks like it's still being built though. Aha! Yes! That must be the Crystal Tower, being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently, it's going to be very striking. Glared on all sides and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. It's to be the largest exposition in history, isn't it? I can't even begin to imagine it. Do you see all the black smoke rising from chimneys over there? It says here that in Great Britain, many people heat their homes in winter using coal. The only chimneys I really remember seeing in Japan were on top of the bathhouse. Do you think some sort of those houses could be on fire? Not at all. Well, even so, that much thick smoke billowing up to the heavens is surely going to turn the whole sky black sooner or later. Gosh, you may be right about that. Mari kita try bertemu. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard, and the police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if you wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you have some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's a very wide, open space, isn't it? That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Oi, what you foreigners doing here? We just investigating the scene, officer. Conspiring with that mustache fella from Japan, ya? Conspiring? Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out here before I give you a didn't. Go on. He shooed us away like rats. Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience. Hee, wanted life with snowmen. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. This look a little creepy though. Oh, it has a scarf. Look. You'll need one if you were out to this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know. You're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, wouldn't it? It's covered in snow. Ooh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cut away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the street of London. Well, just pick stone and throw it through one of the windows then. But that will mean being arrested in order to ride it, wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone. No, I wasn't serious. There are parts of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. Hi Carl, thank you for the like. It seems carriage often travel down prior roads. It seems this places all the snow. I slipped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. It seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead. Kabar baik, bro. Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressed in all black. I worry coachman might not see you, and you could be flattened by horses. Well, thank you for the rather small concern. Mari kita jumpa dia punya penjenayah lah. Kejap. Saya ada apa-apa? Surat ada apa semua. Oke, kita tengok dulu pencanaya dia ni. Tak pernah jumpa. 19 February, local prison cell 9. So, these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feels a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark at the back here, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat, as yet with no name, calling me by a number? It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Si Sherlock ni. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? The tirade of complaints was in Japanese, or... Orang Jepun. Orang jumpa orang Jepun. Excuse me, but who... Shh, quiet. Kasi hilang. Macam mana suara dia ni? They're all around. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it. Ada nggak sound dengar? Takut tidak sampai. Right. So, could I ask you who exactly? There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? Apa jadi? You mean you no harm, prisoner's son? Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. Walau, mata dia berkilat-kilat macam anime. So hearing the sweet sentimental tones of a compatriot voice here in this dark damn hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind to tell us what happened? Would you have been strained as a suspect, for example? Detained, sustainable. Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent. Apa bacok yang jadi? I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer. As you said, my name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Soseki. Soseki apa? Fine nggak? Soseki Natsume-san. What's an unusual name? Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No. Don't be so prosaic. It's much more than it's much more refined than that. And haiku? It really reminds me of home. Did I hear you said that you were visiting students sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery. And now this. It's beyond the pale. Suffered that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I have an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. Just because the government tells you to do something, does it mean you can do it, no? What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi. You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told. I not of like to be told, it seems. Makin saya go through ni case, makin saya pedih. Could you perhaps tell us exactly what you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Murder? Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd see the person who did it, you think I'd be able... If I'd see the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. Sakit untuk suara buat suara ini. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. It was an accursed evening. Just after the show, the snow has started to clear and heavy with fog. I've been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back with my accursed belonging. What accursed? Accursed belonging. Lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out a sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. Oh, benar terus deh. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps? I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodging. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of this fair-haired English? And a young woman at that. I'm diffident. I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if Soseki-san has just told us it's true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. He apparently fled without having been seen. I did. But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. You! What did you just say? Nothing. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Bergegar terus. Actually, that's not what's troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh, yes, she's right. It was him, the cursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck, a cursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness, brash, big-headed busybody, begone! May you curse until the end of your days, Sherlock Holmes! I do it. Mr. Holmes? Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that for sure. It was the morning after the nightmare has unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hot cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me, "This is the police, put the weapon down." Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hot, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Discussing dietary discrimination devils. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Sherlock Holmes! It's actually just Sherlock Holmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. He thinks I'm the wife-wielding Batman. Me, the weak, stoop kitchen of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Holmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English, French, foreign, flambéry. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just keep repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid. That's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Oh, you can just me Naruhodo. And when we are speaking English, the simple Mister is more than enough. Oh yes, all right, yes, they really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself. On a study tour. Student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around. And now you ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They are wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about this people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who'll listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. So Siki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a better chance, I'm sure. Oh yes, thank you. I'll be here all alone, waiting for you, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Finally, Oke. Saya rasa saya berhenti di sini. So kita jumpa tuh si Soseki Natsume. Ada apa? Saya save dulu. Mana mau save? Start bukan? The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Entah mungkin Kokoro yang disebut nih jiwa, bukannya atau tempat. Kita perlu pergi Briar Road untuk check it out. Apa lagi bukti-bukti yang ada sana? Ada macam mana sudah suara dia? Suara dia ni macam bukan? What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Gitu kah suara saya buat semalam? Oh, Inspector Grayson. This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So, you've been to the holding cells then? Holden cells then? What to make of the criminal? He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Makan chips ya on. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. On the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Bukan. The stone cold air of rejection. Take heart. London's at the time of year is full of stone cold air. They make it worse somehow. Okay. Kita boleh examine. Kau masih lagi kena marah. This patch of pavement. Yes, it's very blah blah blah. Kena marah. Oi, watch it. Just investing conspirating itu kan nama dia. He shoot us away. Game ni ada tone tone apa? Macam racism sikit je lah. Tapi zaman ni kan zaman pemujalan antara negara bukan senang, sangat lain, sangat berbeza. Time ni lah, zaman yang diorang cuba pamerkan ni. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard, it's the most sophisticated police and organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know, I always dream of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city, the people who love. And yes, doesn't he look wonderful? In the London's Bobby had a heart going, I can tell you. Kenapa saya mau cakap bahasa macam New York? Oh, really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes around and rouse all the laborers on his speed so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Well, perhaps on their windows with long pole. Did it myself, going back a bit. I had no idea. Tapi bukan Jepun pun ada nih budaya kah? Yang kasih bangun orang. Entahlah. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's a regulation distance. 20 mile. I can't imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles? That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot, that's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas. gas street lamps. And I suppose, in between all those duties, was I expected to investigate cases as well? Bukan. Kenapa saya buat suara siano? Susah tuh. A chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men killing from time to time, I admit. Killing apa? I always dream of wearing all those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. Not the case. It happens at around 5 in the evening, 2 days ago. Just there, on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she is being treated in hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. Suppose that means we haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's your policy to give lawyers, defendants, suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. The local map has been entered into the court record. Anyway. Mana? Briar Road, Calabash Road, Merchant. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can't be sure that nobody else was present. Present, huh? I'm sorry I have to tell you, but we most certainly can't be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. Oh, ada orang tengok. What? We have two very reliable witnesses, no less. Ah! It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. They were witnesses now? Ada witness. Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one. And the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them bang in the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask the policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh, I have no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that will give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. A policeman witnessed the incident. As a judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh, yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I heard that was Mr. Sherlock Holmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. Ah. Tunggu try dulu. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on to trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me. But I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt will touch this case with a barge pole. Because of the prosecution being handled by the Reaper of Bailey? Of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. That is all a bit of a strange though. Sorry? The Ripper, he hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Yes, we did hear something of that to that effect. And the only people he usually bother with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent one. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victim, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sin. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused for, surely? That's just my point, Sunshine. The young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into. Or of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taking an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself in tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Oke, kita tanya pasal... tidak lagi. Where did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was as a result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deduction. Fiddle faddle. Ah! The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh, I don't know where he got his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spotting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, is he? Isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, is he? Gobble, gobble! Oh! Ever seen this before? Oh, yes, that Grant's magazine. The wonderful publication in which The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard detectives in its stories. And the so-called crack detectives makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a bit of a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tales at all. Well, I suppose there is an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be prompted by the public thanks to the obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Kejap, ah. It's just something. Alright. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Kenapa kau sedih? Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, exactly. Look at those shiny eyes. You can't wait, can't you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even, so how? It's Baker Street. How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We'd better try to find our way there before Susato-san get any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage! So, we have to a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Ada lagi? Tenang. Ada. Saya rasa tiada di sini apa-apa. A new location has been added. 221 Baker Street. The home and office of the most famous detective in the world. Okay, let's go.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
February 12:53 p.m. Sholmes Suite. So, 221B ya. Yeah. Banyaknya benda yang di belakang tuh. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. What a pair of legs. Nice. Trevor, thank you for the like. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san? Ah, many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose there must have been, yes. I've never read the stories, but it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. Huh? She's obsessed. Well, this looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor? See, Iris. Hello, is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello? Wait, aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Mrs. Sato, did you see that girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia come to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. Ada ke King Bohemia dalam... The King of Bohemia? King Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein. Of course, aduh, nama lu. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Trevor, terima kasih. Jur, dia punya message. Thank you.
Nathaniel Trevor Frederick Venantius with 310 stars. Ja.
Dia punya message. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventure of Sherlock Holmes for a moment and look over there. The tea is brewed, and I have a fancy, freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you! I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. Yang diambil pistol kan? Oh, there you are. I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McKilder's trials in the defendant's antechamber. I never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Who are you? Having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh, yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fractured yet mellow flavor. Voice acting lesson kaya. Hooray, it's a winner. I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue. Fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have a long, ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, I need to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us, by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely? Mr. Sholmes was the fellow passenger of the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? Is it a great pleasure to meet you both? My name is Iris Wilson. I live here I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it? What's a lovely name? Quite. What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? English accent. Kau apa merefleksi? Yes, that's right. What are your names? Oh, I'm Rinosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely, Suisi and Ruro. Got it. Susi, Runo. Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Boleh bercakap sudah? Oh, nice. Semua examine dulu. Banyak benda sini belakang ni. Wah. Apa benda ni? What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine? That's the great analytiscope. It can analyze anything, really. Anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. It's one of Hurley's invention. It took him a whole year. He said it was to help him with his investigations. What sort of things has he analyzed with it? Do you know? Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet. Oh, why not? Apparently, one of the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him. I don't actually have anything I need to analyze. Oh dear. How about you, Runo? Do you have anything you like to analyze? The only thing that springs to mind is the machine itself. Apa? Oh, buku. There's all sorts of these shelves, chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help the feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. I keep telling Hurley not to cram so much on those shelves. Good advice. I want to look something up in one of those books a while ago. But it was so tightly wedged in, he couldn't get it out, so he went and bought a new copy instead. The one. Ini dia piano. Ah, I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called a violin, isn't it? Of course it is. Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing. Oh, really? Absolutely. It's often explained in the stories. It's inspirational, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspirational! I immediately started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese string instrument I could find. What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London. Oh, yes, well, Papa was beaming when I asked him if he could buy me one, but after a while, he asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house. So now it's merely an ornament in my home. It must have been an awkward conversation. Second red string. Ada anu ya. Kursi, gambar. Oh iya, ada surat berpisau. I do like the fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance in the grate. It's so relaxing. We can't relax, not when there are so many interesting things on the mantelpiece. Oh, it's just as it was described in the stories. Stories, gitu kan? Is it? Yes, exactly. Inside the Persian slipper, for example, I'm a chocolate for elevances. And transfixes by the large jackknife is my shopping list for the market. Oh, it's not quite how I remember it's being described in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Poor Susato-san, she looks crushed. Minum. Looks like the huge metal chest has been used as a table for tea and coffee. Seems very steady, with an equally steady look. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. How did you come to that conclusion? Oh, that chest contains some of my most valuable things. That's mild, as you're not going to give us any clue about what they are. Ini ada. Oh iya. Hello. Calculation. Oh, that's my blackboard where I note down ideas. Oh, interesting. Let's see. Black Peter? What does that mean? Don't you want to hear what Iris has to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll come back to that blackboard later. Major. What a beautiful English tea set, and so neatly arranged. It's a favorite pastime of mine, a cup of herbal tea in the afternoon. Tea made of herbs? That's right, I grow all sort of herbs in the garden, so I can experiment with different blends. But woman, don't go away. I'll brew a pot of the special blend I came up with earlier today. She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink. a mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing man, a bust of Napoleon. Ah, what an entrancing collection. This is the first time in my life that I've seen a lonely old shoe displayed as an ornament. Oh, those are the all mementos that Hurley has collected from his past cases. Really? Even the bust? Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to death. That poor defenseless emperor, Mr. Sholmes destroys it. Yes, and then he buys a new one. You make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor. Oh, how untracing bohemian of him. Alah, salah. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. You know, ubat-ubat. That's a charming little white shelf, and full of charming little bottles too. Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode. Explode? Are they exotic chemicals? Do you use them for exciting experiments? Yes, indeed. And as Hurley always says, chemistry is an explosive science. Sorry? I agree. A single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world. Or perhaps he just meant it literally. Either way, a mental note, do not touch any bottle that belong to Iris. What on earth is that big black lump over there? Ah, that fascinating thing is called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And wizardly quickly too. Oh, that sounds like it could be useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. Ada lagi kah yang saya belum cek buku? Kita beli converse sama Iris. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Oh, though at the time we did have a rather gun pointed at us. We did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in the tower, didn't you? Oh yes, and that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Guinea, yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we find out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Guinea back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley. Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well, then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommate? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? Muda ya. Staying at 10 at last this year. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Baru 10 tahun. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. I am a very great fan of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes and... Oh, you have a copy of Ran's magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Hurley's always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They're really quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness! Last night, he was telling me all about the new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So, you are the author? Yes, I'll let you on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure The Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly. It's a story, some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you? So, do you mean to say that those stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Ran's magazine, all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, by John H. Wilson. Susato-san getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I'm a doctor of medicine. No, at 10 years old? At 10 years old? Dokter muda. At 10 years old? Well, that's quite incredible. But Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow? I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san, she looks like her whole world just fallen apart. Kasian. About before. Yes? What's on your mind, Bruno? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer and would just arrive in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'll be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Dia pun ada di piano. Scene-nya, Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. Ui, lain dalam dunia Matrix. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Bruno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we only arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh, so I was reasonably confident you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, You accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Ah. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on coming and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, they told me that even though you have only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you have already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at the local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That leads me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It's obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now, Bruno has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both came from Japan yourself. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on that mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his nose with a knife, you know? He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? That was spot on. That was amazing, Iris. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed that certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really good, very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please. Wrong. So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, every detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in London. There were witnesses who has seen a short, shifty-looking stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking stooped man? Mr. Natsume? Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Soseki-san said he didn't see anybody else on the street at all, but it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. They went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear. Ah, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, is it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I haven't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying to trim the criminals in court. Stuff and money are both short. Criminals are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I have so much fun. You happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guess, we'd like to ask him some question about this case as well. Ah, well, I expect Hurley is still investigating this scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Nuts. Oh, May. Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody. In that case, give Gregson this for me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Iris's postcard has been entered into the court record. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Pen, and I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'll be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, let's back to the scene of the crime. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all, we headed back to the scene with Iris' curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coin in hand. Oh, tu bukan penit. Boleh lagi kan ya? Oh, investigation part 2. 10. Boleh lah kali. Sambung saya. 11 itu saya tutup. Bukan tutup lah. Stop. 19 February, 2:38 p.m. Briar Road. It's looked as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Grayson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at the silver tip Iris gave us for him. Ada perubahan? Tidak ada perubahan. Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. Press that won't be a problem. Iris' little handwriting is adorable, isn't it? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Yes, the handwriting might be adorable, but the message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there. I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I do hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know when he reads it. I don't think it will just make him munch piping hot chips until steam comes out of his hair, do you? Well, that wouldn't be an entirely terrible outcome. This is a 5-shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown. Yes, and you can train a Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want with just a single coin. Iris must be the most powerful 10-year-old in the world. How much is 5 shillings, by the way? What is it really worth? Well, that's probably enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat in a whole month. That's greasy. Ini tiada. Lagu nih padu. Inspector Grayson, do you have a moment?
I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a fair of foreign scatterabouts. That's for sure.
We have this for you. A present from Mr. Iris Wilson. From Miss Iris Wilson.
What? For me? From her ladyship?
Her ladyship?
Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me.
Don't wait for me to give it to you. Will ya? What was that coin exactly?
It's a silver crown, obviously. But it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee. That's what it is.
Appearance fee? An appearance fee? Oh, I see, you mean...
That's right. For the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Her ladyship always offers a little financial reward for featuring me every time.
Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Of course. Her using my name without my say-so does make me part of the lot unpleasant joke, but still.
I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you.
Never you mind that. So, what you want to know then, eh?
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that would be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What you want to know?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, I would very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Ah, the little knife-wielding mouse-touched Japanese fellow. He lives in the right old hovel. It's just over there, look.
Depan tu siya.
On the first floor of that house on the corner where that rack of bicycles propped up.
That is nearby indeed.
If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garridup.
Garridup?
Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship's my regard, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sent his very best wishes.
Don't worry, Inspector, we will.
Goodbye for now then. And long live her ladyship.
Bahaya aku ni. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes. So then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Okay. A new location has been added. Kita boleh pergi sini. Kita tengok dulu apa di rumah dia. Ooh. 19th of February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Makcik. Alah, macam mana suara dia ni?
May I help you?
Yes, would this be the resident of Mr. John Garridup?
Indeed it would, sir.
And who, may I say, is calling? My name is Rinosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is presenting Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? We would very much like to ask him some question about our client. Dia buka mata apa tu kan? One moment please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garridup. Mata dia terbuka apa tu kan? Did you see that, Mrs. Sato? This is a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we're really arrived now, doesn't it? Really only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrideb will see you soon. This way. Whoa. Need someone. French kah kau? Are you French, perhaps? It looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight.
What? That old thing?
Sorry?
I should be glad to see the back of it. But the general would turn his grave if I dispose of it. The wall's the best place for it to keep the Bailey things off of my way.
So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose? There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look, let me see. It says, for distinguished participations. Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for.
Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't imagine an office by the number of medals in its name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles.
That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after, though.
Macam mana bahasa orang tua? That old thing, bath, not much better than drugs, really.
Huh?
Wah, that criminal cop in my retirement bash, you know.
Lah jadi anu pula, jadi macam Irish.
But I'm not one for dwelling in the past, me.
Alamak. Tekan. On the past, me
would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is.
Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past stand. We should lepas in the past. Siapa danu ni? It's a full-size cannon. What is it doing in here? Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica.
That's all thing. That little more than a toy.
Sorry?
The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the army might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house.
Really? It isn't overkill?
Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy.
Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garrideb?
Always is. Take Joanne here.
Awang Ikmal, thank you for the like. Terima kasih.
Never fail to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. Just try very well on the cannon there, Joanne tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel.
It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it hanging its head in shame. Funny. Look at that enormous screen. It might have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it's certainly like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look, just a little peek.
Ahem.
Maybe let's not, Miss Susato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Fami-kun, thank you for the like. Oh, boleh kiri. Apa tu? Ini gambar dia. The portrait of Mr. Garrideb is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain a photographic prints of Mr. Garrideb as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue
statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Mana pedang tinggi? Oh, itu. Ah, yes. Seems to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket. Seems to come back? What do you mean? The chap who ran the place is a belly wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. In fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements. Stazo-san doesn't pull her punches, or her throws for that matters. Oh, ada benda pecah. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelf seems to be broken, and the crockery is, oh dear, it's in pieces. Bukan, si start over ni. Although the shelf seems to be broken, and the crockery is, oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The word crack wouldn't do that China-ware justice. Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yes, probably something like that, but let's not delve too deeply here. Major. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of kegs lines up on that gleaming silver keg stand. Lined up? It looked like someone has half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. Macam mana suara dia saya buat tadi. It is Mr. Kembara custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute, no? There are at least 10 cakes on this keg stand. Well, naturally, and it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Kembara doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joanne, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. Do so. This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very well. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner will go opening windows at the dust in the middle of winter, I assure you. It seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. Okay. Kita converse. Oh. Good day to you, John Kembara, at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not catching up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Mainway, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So, he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and downstairs now. I can't tell you. I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Kembara, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fed it down, Joanne? Let these good people see it properly. Joanne, fetch the... Dashing old woman, be careful! Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now.
Yes, I see.
Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right?
Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some question for us.
Only two, please, naturally. Especially if it helps to keep the peace here Blightly. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you are aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh, is it?
Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
How could have been? Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea. All the detective business.
Oh, but you have a copy of Friends magazine here, so...
No. Anyway, the chap investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So he's in Soseki-san's room.
That's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling.
About Mr. Natsume then? Mr. Garrida, please, do tell us.
Ah yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Wait, what is minggu?
Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then?
I have two lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago.
Apa? Oh, ada something happen.
Dash it all, Joanne. Do be careful.
Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Joanne ni menutup something na.
If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seems to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man has shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I say to myself, Joanne, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm really wrong about anything.
We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all?
Yes, oh yes, indeed there was.
And she's trying to tell us.
Ah.
Have you noticed anything else at all about your lodges, Mr. Natsume?
Oh my word, yes. The man was shadier than an orchard.
Could you elaborate?
Well, that the man's room, absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read, and he never so much passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and come back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the bedtime, past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too.
Oh, I see.
The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night, but I never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
Ah.
Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray?
How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine?
Oh! I understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor on the street level.
Oy, Bopelu.
Then how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, and for the times they go to bed. Good grief, Joanne. Be more careful, woman. Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. Ada. Seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out to the window at around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over a road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Carried-Up household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joanne? No, sir. No, sir. There would have been dust outside already at that hour, and with the fog as well. I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, when it seems unrelated. Well? Yes, was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time in here. Dia kasih sembunyi lagi something. For the love of God, Joanne, watch what you're doing. Oh, dear me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Naruholo. Oh, yes. I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really, Mr. Garrett? The way you were talking before, it sounds rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Joy, dash it all. What is the matter with you women? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joanne? That's right, Mr. Garrett. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what? I wish I knew. Could you tell which room Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly, just below us, on the first floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak. Yes, told me that's his name, has asked me to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services. That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look round? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Don't see why not. It's just one flight of stairs. Who knows if we find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Okay. Saya akan stop my playthrough here. Kita save. Sebab lepas ni kita mau pergi jumpa si Sherlock Sholmes.
Oh, okay. Salah tekan. Kalau kita move, kita boleh pergi. A new location has been added. Mr. Natsume's room. Ni kita mau cek Mr. Natsume punya room, and then kita tanya apa cerita di sana. Especially ada Sherlock Holmes tengah mengecek dia di bilik tu. Small dark room rented by a visiting scholar from Empire of Japan by the name of Soseki Natsume. Okay, kita pergi jumpa. Ada kucing. Ada at least 2 ekor kucing. Satu yang betul, satu yang patung. 19th of February, Mr. Natsume's room. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. Oh, ni pasal kena tutup dengan bata tu di luar tu kan. I suppose it's the mountain of old books that are responsible for that. Pernah kita tengok muka susah tu macam ni? I don't think I have seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here too. Pasal. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrideb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. So kalau kita examine, mungkin kita boleh nampak dia. Tiada. Oh, kita cek dulu lah semua benda-benda ni. Look at those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling. They are all works in English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'll never short of reading materials, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the books that at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. So reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly did expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Ni kucing ni. Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that maneki neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting that enormous Dharma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. Abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? Sebab dia kena tangkap. You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Sebab tadi tulisan warna biru dia sedang kan? Dia sedang bermonolog tapi satu-satu nampaknya sedar apa yang dia fikirkan. Sebab ia terkandung dalam pemikiran. That dust seems to be wedged into crevice between the mountains of book on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh, yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of the purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. The second-hand book receipt has been entered into the court record. Kita boleh cek kah? Mr. Natsume, the sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt. Tu kah? picture of Monsieur Lecoq. A meal for Gaboriel, macam mana mau sebut. Canterbury Yearnings. Okay, 4:45 PM. Dia membeli buku. Kita cek ni kucing dulu. Comel. Sama lah kucing dia dengan dia punya manikin Eko. Jalan. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mickey, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That make me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Memanglah 2 hari, tapi berapa lama kau di dalam kapal kan untuk sampai tempat sini? Dulu, seingat saya dengar cerita pergi haji pun berbulan-bulan kan naik kapal laut. Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. Oh, yeah? So really it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately break it up like that? Break it up. I'm afraid I have no idea. Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on it a fit of whimsy. That's alarmingly feasible. Alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here make the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. Ni, apa? Tiba-tiba. Apa nama dia ni? Si Sherlock Holmes, kita sudah jumpa. Ini kuarantin zaman 19 entah berapa ni. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from? Susah toh. He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. You two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Buria. Yes, of course, the Buria. And let me see, what happened on that voyage? It was Kasuma Asogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Yes, but of course. The case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh. Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Sherlock Holmes. This is Mr. Oh, no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection, and they are safely recorded in my brain attack. Bukan sepatunya Mind Palace kan? Nggak tahu lah, dia orang pakai term lain kali. Oh, terbalik. Disebut terbalik. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lost the first round. Funny. Rusak kali sa tadi. In truth, I hope... Saya close dulu ni. In truth, I hope to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the other day we arrived in London. Some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at a railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course, as of the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short an amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little. Is it? No. It is a mistake to think. Famikun, thank you for the like. It is a mistake to think that one's bread attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom. Inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure title, entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately, my associate pens them beautifully. Yes, TV, thank you for the like. Terima kasih. Aku masih memandu kapal terbang. He means iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important question to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased. And this smoking room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Okay, kita boleh tanya dah sudah. Kita cek dulu. Ada lagi apa-apa benda penting yang baru? Okay dah. So kita tinggal bercerita saja dengan dia. Mr. Natsume's arrest. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Oh, Natsume? Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable? Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your astute compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Seen fleeing. There was a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? Only there's a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So, you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? But I could not tell you. But it was an aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove for fascinating books. I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Apa itu? Bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No. Oh dear. Mr. Garrideb. Tell me, have you encountered the landlords of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garrideb, a retired military man. It was the first time I ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. And it was the first time I ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so conversely. Whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social... Apa ba ni? Apa bahasa dia orang sebut ni? That's okay, thank you for the like. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary! As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And is it for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs, specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garrison. Oh. Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it is imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am yet unable to ascertain. I'm truly lost on what he means to say. Ya, sama juga. Saya pun tak faham apa yang dia merepek sekarang ni. The dingy room. This room is thoroughly suffocating for my soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. But this little dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Ada. Window. Oh, patutlah dalam Malaysia ada cukai tingkap. Ada perkataan cukai tingkap. Dari sini kan? Window tax? What is that? Surely, not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family homes, perhaps rapidly close windows up, while the rich open windows here, there and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. Ah, lama sudah. But its legacy remains, and as you can see, squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps? It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinary low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh, gitu. Dia punya term. Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter of not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Ada lagi? Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients, to trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? Oh, my dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garrideb is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before actually, didn't he? Hadis Hafiz, thank you for the like. Selamat pagi, bosku. Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. Oh no, ini betul Sherlock, technically Sherlock real. Tapi sebab perkataan Sherlock Holmes, word apa macam mana? Untuk game ni kena pasarkan di area US dan globally, diorang terpaksa tukar nama dia untuk mengelakkan bayaran royalty yang banyak kepada pemilik nama Sherlock Holmes. Conan Doyle punya syarikat lah tekniknya. Itu dorang punya macam trik cara dorang adjust. Tapi still Indian dia apa nama dia? Ada liberty lah. Dia take liberty, ada a few case dia memang betul cara dia bercakap lebih kurang apa yang Sherlock Holmes yang kita kenal. No, you're right. So, itu yalah. Perhaps it's time we probe a little deeper into Mr. Garrideb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be relevant or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Kalau Jepun dia, nama dia betul saja, Sherlock Holmes. Kalau yang original game dalam version Jepun. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Oh, apa ni? Look at all these balls. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are knots crawl all over them in English. It's not like the waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth. Kita move. Gary Depp. Kita pergi prison dulu cek si ano ni. 19 of February, local prison, cell 9. What's that? It seems that we can't meet Mr. Natsume at the moment. Oh, he's being brief about his appearance at court tomorrow, apparently. I see. Yes. Yes, the trial is only a day away. Alright then, let's come back later. Yes, I really hope he's not answering any more questions in an appropriate textbook answer like, yes I do. Kita pergi Gary Depp. 19th of February, Mr. Gary Depp's room.
Ah, you pair again. Tell me, what's the detective chap? I forget his name. Still hard at work down there?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Nani? Kenapa dia bertukar dia punya Dia punya huruf dia. Sherlock Holmes kan? Dia orang tukar. Ah, yes. Rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid.
Well, Mr. Holmes is in his element down there.
Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joanne. Now then, why don't you tell me that? For the umpteenth time, woman, would you watch what you're jolly well doing?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind.
Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with a young foreigner like yourself. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out.
According to Mr. Holmes, Mr. Garrett is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seems open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Oh, ada. Saya boleh cek. I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garrett. Do you enjoy reading?
I've experienced a London winter, boy. The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book.
Oh, there's a copy of France magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garrett enjoyed the adventures of Sherlock Holmes too. The great detective has great many followers, it would seem.
Ini ada. Woi, di sini pula dia.
Huh? What's he doing over there? Mr. Holmes!
Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious! When did you sneak in there? Hello, Holmes, sir. At your service.
Whatever were you doing over by the window? I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam.
Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well,
Keeping an eye to one's window at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering.
Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, me?
I thought perhaps you might be indeed.
Bokobagi.
Of a certain great detective's great mind.
Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
Yeah, great deduction.
There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Ya, ini part paling siok nih. Bukanlah paling siok. Siok buatlah. Nggak tahu kalau viewer paham kesiokannya nih. Mr. Garridet, though it seems you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Shom's conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Yeah, the great deduction. The game is afoot. Nature of the beast. Okay. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on a rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garridet, led us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion's statue. Yes, though an army man, he appears unimposing at best, a fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such wild beasts proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Yet as we looked around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to, madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue to the beast's current whereabouts. Protruding from it, it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garridet, at Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in the nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold a savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Yay! First conclusion. A rampaging Asiatic lion. So untuk yang baru join atau yang tidak paham apa yang jadi sekarang, kita punya Herdlock Sholmes sebenarnya tengah buat deduction, tapi for the sake of the gameplay, bukan for the sake gameplay sajalah, for the sake of story, sebenarnya deduction dia ni banyak salah. So kita punya karakter nanti terpaksa betulkan kebanyakan deduction dia. Now, Mr. Garrett, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feeling for this formidable beast. Indeed, in the brief pause, the distress of this loss has caused you veritable tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I simply... But what? We must now ask ourselves the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. Or cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet down there, carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dear me! What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eyes have settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, you can only look at the tower of cakes. Oh! There is no creature more dangerous on the earth than a beast with unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Siapa ada bunuh? Working to a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marked in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Okay, so conclusion dari sini pasal singa tu lah. Thus concludes Herdlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. So ini sebenarnya based on apa? Saya not sure apa case dia, tapi mesti case dia pun ada lion jugalah. What is the matter with you, Joanne? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh! Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again? Well, your deduction just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But would it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion has run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrett and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Miss Susato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Apa dia merepek ni? Oh, what a glorious notion! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slightly massage. That's all Mr. Sholmes' deduction need. You can do it. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward. Mr. Naruhodo. I don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Nasume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least that's what I want to believe. Let us start again from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay, mari kita baiki. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Ni kita baiki dulu yang first ni. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on rampage leg within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrett, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampage here is revealed by that lion statue. I really didn't see that lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garrett's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it could have been a lion transported. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what is it? What was it then? We must follow Mr. Garrett's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Nina, kenapa ka tu? What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garrett's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Iniga. These are shells for the cannon, are there? What a strange place to keep them. I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Garrett from his time in the army. Ah, of course. He mentioned a battle to us before, didn't he? Do you remember? He said that he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him. If a round that size had hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of it. Or Mr. Garrett for that matter. Mr. Sholmes had a Persian slipper, and this man has Spanish shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. Saya rasa ini kan benda yang run rampage di dalam rumah ni. The true identity of the beast that tore this room apart is these shells. With their butter wouldn't melt accomplice the cannon. But war is good for nothing. It brings only destruction, something we must all strive to understand. What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? Just following the natural progression of the deduction. Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is, you do not have a turn for observation of deduction. Did that hurt? Yes, a lot. Oh, bukan. Wow. Well, what do we know with some certainties that a destructive creature has been at work in this room? Does Mr. Garrett inadvertently look in the direction of something that gave its identity away? Yes, if we investigate truly enough, we ought to find the answer. What am I going to turn to look at? It's here somewhere. We need to find it. We simply need to find it. Ini kah? Macam salah. There is no beast more ferocious than the lion, and no lion will unleash its ferocity in familiar something as this. So it's might be the lion. No, the proof is Are you quite concentrating? You identified exactly what I did originally. Ay, salah lagi. Oh yes, so I have. Sorry. Well, I do understand. As animatable as I am, people do like to try. Ayah, saya salah pilih kah? An assistant then? Alright, I'll think again. Saya rasa sudah pilih photograph frame. Photograph. Well, what blah 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 blah. Oh, bagus dari sini lah. Photograph frame. Photograph frame. Behind the lion statue of the mantelpiece, almost deliberately hidden from view, is a photograph. Though I have yet to examine it in detail, I can assure you that it holds the answer. Because I'm employing an extremely advanced detection technique called jumping to conclusion, you see. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting never to have heard of it. I'm quite pained by that, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Ay, tiada kah? Well, what we know is some certainty. Apa? Ini sudah. Jump. What really caused damage? Api? Ini sudah pilih. Ini boleh buka? Ini boleh present. Ini boleh present. Ini boleh present. Okay. Oh, so Oh look, have you noticed her wedding rings? It's very large, rather, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. This looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. So ini kah gelas ni? Kita try dulu. The true nature of the beast that ran rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. 3 saya kasih habis. Yes, this frame print pictures of your wife, Mr. Garrett. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late, the fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrett. Ada tangan. The chilling traces of a wild rampage is still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to beast's current whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of Mrs. Garrett anywhere. Well, it seems there may be a clue to us to whereabouts, a clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garrett could be. Oh? Dia lah ni ya. Ni lah bini dah. She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishment. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. It's like it's on there for life too, I can imagine. It would slide off a finger of that size. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know, Mr. Garrett's wife in the photograph has a ring very much like this one. It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory for this thing. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence they have the same ring, isn't it?
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Oh! Indeed it does. This flowery band gleaming on your fingers gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown in the hand of Mr. Kennedy Bribe in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garrett's lucky bride. You are Mr. Garrett's herself, Mrs. Garrett herself. Oh my word! Oh, dia tutup tangan dia dari awal kan? Nice. Nice detail. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is my wife, yes, my Joanne. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bot. Apa dia sebut tadi? She was a bally quackerback, or it would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. Gitu kan? I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant to the 3rd Regiment. A man has his right, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though, in my considered opinion, such concern about appearance are a folly. You mean Mr. Garrideb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrideb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here, this must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. Okay, second. Aftermath. Berapa? 1 jam, sekejap lagi 1. Now, Mr. Garrideb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feeling for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that brief pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighed heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garrideb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Garrideb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true! So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then? According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb's pain is tangible though. What could that pose of his really signify? Slap cheek. Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something, and clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garrideb has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. I never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say. So kita ini.
Take that!
Correction. Your head weighed heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slap cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refused to fade. Was you, Madame Joanne Garrideb? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is pile of bills. Kaya kita kena baiki apa yang sudah tengok. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling all that food was Mr. Garrideb. Mr. Naruto, she's a person, not a thing. Well, yes, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'll have to know the answer to that question. Ini apa nih? Hola. Oh. Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look. Mr. Cat is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it is. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Oh no. Look, next to the signature here, ada bibir lip. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any idea, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then? Ini yang buat dia ditampar kuat-kuat ini.
Take that!
Yes, it is love. It is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary. Is the fly of the ointment here? Oh, lagi kena. But I don't know the Bali woman. You don't know her? The note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I mean. A likely story. Now listen here, Joanne, old thing. I explained at the time. Saya tinggal dulu apa nama dia. John. Oh. Tidak nama ano tu kan? I bought the book at the second-hand place. That note must already have been in there. So the previous owner of the book. Bukan. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right. That's what I mean. John Gary Depp kan nama dia? I like this story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? Tampar lagi. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of a female heart, and you unleash your beast with the most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last, unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? Unimaginable? Patut begitu, bukan? The aftermath of which we can clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me, what could have caused such a destructive outburst? Oh. This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who had inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Saya tahu sudah apa yang dia tengok. Lilin tu kan, lilin. But surely Mr. Garrett didn't eat the carpet? No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mr. Garrett's case, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. Okay. Bukan ini. Candlestick, tower of cakes. Sticker sambil. Kita cek dulu ni. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the tree missing from its holder? Ni, kita cek juga. The carpet here has been ripped to shred, and it's according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, the tears match of those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Oh yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink this with that in mind. Ah iya, tidak. Masih sama. Tower of cake, candlestick. Saya pergi candlestick. Kita tes. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnant of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch mark at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Carried Mighty arms muscle left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle... bukan. Ini Sholmes pula. Lumayan dulu. Tekak kering. But on the entire room, the force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, for the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, the ferocious beast bared its claw and ran amok. Accurately put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! Okay, go. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Solve. Region selesai. Case solved. Deduction complete. It's elementary. Siapa sangka kan posing dia. Jadi sangat menarik. In these dash-long winter nights, nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonish. Demolish might be rather close to the mark. And beast is most certainly an... Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it happened in the blink of an eye. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a poor thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Buka, sekarang mau tengok. Over there, Mr. Garrett. Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you allow me. Macam tu kata makan. All my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming true again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of that ferocious beast rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deduction turned out to be the correct once again. It can only be described as a Great British wonder. I tell you, it was a total carnage, flames everywhere, and the old stake in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now, let's see, around 5 o'clock I think. So at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the streets below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dash thing. Oh, really? Gitu kan, bunyi minum air. Kenapa semua krik-krik? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume and his circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that, although I knew the retired army man could be hiding something, I could not be sure. Awang Iqmal, thank you for the like dan share. Whether his secret will prove to be of relevance or not. Saya mau habis stream sudah sih. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry. Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it, no more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourself to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. What a miserable sight. Oh dear, but at least the whole room wasn't engulfed in flames. I suppose so. But my whole collection went up in smokes, you know. All those novels I adored so much. Well, John, whose fault is that? Not mine, that's for sure.
Well, whoever may or may not to be blamed, I'm quite sure you can buy some new books to replace them, can't you?
New old books. Bally nonsense.
It does sound like a contradiction in terms, but then these two are full of contradictions. Hee, that's couples for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Or so I've been led to believe.
Bukan hihi betul. Gitu. Okay, sebenarnya lepas ni kita kena pergi untuk sambung continue, kita kena pergi area prison di sini. Kalau kita move, kita pergi prison untuk bagi tahu kita punya klien kita akan terima ini case. Tapi I think that's it. Itu saja for this session. Saya akan berhenti di sini. Kalau saya rajin, saya akan sambung lagi jam berapa? Entah. Besok. Bukan besok. Hari ini juga. Speed option. So kita mau sambung. Kita punya The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Apa sudah nama dia ni? Clouded Kokoro ni apa? Episode 4 kan? Ya. Episode 4. Saya harap lepas ni kita boleh boleh pergi mahkamah untuk ni episode 4 ni. Kita mau mempertahankan, kita menjadi peguam pembela kepada Soseki Natsume. That's the thing. Pengikat rambut ke apa. Okay, sini kita sudah selesai. Apa yang kita mau buat lepas ni ialah kita mau pergi kita mau pergi prison untuk bagi tahu Mr. Natsume yang kita bakal mempertahankan dia. Oh, kenapa pergi sini? Natina Ferry Briar Road. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a cab. Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of the Gary Depp's house. Apakah? Macam mana suara dia ni? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking limited pimp? Nimini, pimini. Gitu kan? Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking nimini pimini? There are more things in heaven than earth, Horatio. Then I dream of in your philosophy. Who is the Horatio fella, eh? What's he on about? Excuse me? Eh? What the? Who are you now? I'm sorry. It just look as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh? A lawyer? What? If I can't be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Fine, I'll be on my way for today. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Apa dia punya baju ni? Get you a nunnery. Do I look like bloomin' nun to you? Strand Street. Macam mana mau buat suara macam diraja-diraja ni? I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than a dream of it in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here, in the Caleb's residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Oh, mungkin itu bukan yang slang yang biasa kena pakai untuk apa nama dia? Saya lupa. Untuk Shakespeare. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Kirtan mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemised in my battle of word nearer could there be. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the strongest, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I spared long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so, good gentleman, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Geridep house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Oh, Mr. Natsume, are you okay? Are you okay, Natsume? 19th of February, 6:31 p.m. Local prison, cell 9. Macam mana suara dia bagi ya? Saya bagi suara ni. Macam begitu-gitu ke? Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you come back! I'm so touched! Oh ya, ini bikin sakit suara apa dia punya suara ni? Sebab saya terpaksa tekan. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no! Nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nipponese! Oh no, let's not get carried away. Oh, siapa nih? Saya rasa apa nih? Reaper. Oh. I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... Oh, bukan. Siano. Mari kita baca balik dalam suara dia. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... It is true friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the facts. Such is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable, rotten spy, Sherlock Holmes! Mr. Holmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Holmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least, your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. You! How dare you, Sherlock Holmes! Nampak tak twitch di animation dia? Mata dia tu nice. Dia punya brows and then mata dia ada kecil-kecil, kecil besar. I've had it. true. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirit in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is be damned! Susah. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodging were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Moustache's word. Moustache words. What? Curse is a wholly appropriate description. Curse is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodging, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Okay. Salah. We found this receipt in your room, Mr. Natsume. That's right. I went out to buy some new old books. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? And it was on your way back to your room that you saw the woman being stabbed. She is dead, I thought to myself. She is dead. My mind went completely blank. Before I knew it, I was back in my room, trembling like a leaf. The book was hoping to worm his way out of the bad situation. Mr. Naruhodo, please do be careful not to think such disparaging thoughts. How could you possibly know? Okay. Kita tidak boleh examine, kita just boleh bercerita sama Mr. Natsume. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. This really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Sholmes? Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me. Summarize his Summarizes succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived in a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did. What? Look at that one. I am impressed, Mr. Sato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zix killed the man himself. Oh no. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry. The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Oh, the Reaper. Van Zix is quite exceptional man, however, in London Court of Law. Exceptional? does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, that's good. So Seki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in the British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offer public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easy manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to err are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, as from time to time, Madam, it is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my! Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking.
Disappear? But how?
By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they trample under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by raging fever. Or perhaps attacked by highwaymen.
Oh, no.
All example of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. Gak cukup suara bahasa ini. Coba. Minum air.
I knew it. I'm... That doo-doo done for doom.
Gitu, buka deh. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Gary Depp's house, I assume? Do you mean to say you believe in the place? Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed?
It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain,
but I only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then.
everywhere I look, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away.
You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I had to move a number of times. Most recently to that room on Briar Road, a week ago now.
Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient.
The rent is cheap. I have so little money. It appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place."
Yes, well said.
But it was true. It was all the true.
You mean the room really is cursed then?
Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I've been choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street.
I'm branded the killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his heart to believe me? In his or her heart to believe me? Really, no one at all? To believe. Yes, to believe. Oh, semangat. Mari kita selamatkan Mr. Natsume. Mr. Sholmes? Me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case under SS Burya, if you recall. The Burya. That case. The one with the snake. Well, yes. At the time, I was the suspect. But you believe in me and listen to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me? I see, yes, you mean... Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me. Surely you must have your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what it is to believe and what it's not. If I should like to believe in something, If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust, an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, is it time we were leaving? I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guards will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Lagu kick off the basmat. As I said, I only experienced the British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What do you believe in? Hamikun, thank you for the like. The defendant, justice or the truth, how to believe even. Naruhodo. Sempat lah ya. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Look comes to the Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato? Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Ya, tamat. Belum eh. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believe in me, and Mr. Shones believe in me now too. So it's time that I learn to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one, he's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. To be continued. Ya, kita continue, sambung pergi pembicaraan at least first part ke apakah. Sebab baru 30 minit saya main ni. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Kokoro, kenapa dia pakai Kokoro? Kenapa dia pakai jiwa kah? Jiwa. 20th of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Would have thought we'd be back here again so soon. We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Siapa? Oh, Soseki. Good morning. Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wing. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 life. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, look who's to the Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I have no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Not Van Zeeks? Is that right, Mr. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of everyone. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now. In fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeeks' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. Trial of Magnus McGilton. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon? For what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I mean no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention, but there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both time, is it you who stands against this... Both time, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't rub shoulders with that bringers. I'm afraid there's really only one other explanation. It can be another example. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we'll always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquires! I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for... Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believe in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. 20th of February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. Ah. In the name... Mana sudah? Minum dulu air, sebab banyak suara akan dibuat nih. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nippon is a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, I do not believe arrogance is the appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Man. Very true, and the most fascinating, if not tragic, it was too. The tragic conclusion came late, of course. He is still acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. Thank you, counsel. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members to the public? Of the public? Oh, Siano. You'll never know when you might down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Macam old school yang suara gini-gini. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Gitu lah. Siapa ni? Well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say, it is quite possible that Moustache Foreigner did the deed.
Come on, what are we waiting for? The Darky did it anyway.
Ini macam Santa Claus kali ini.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Ziegs. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with rising power in the Far East. The accused of the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Oi! Rugi! Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the streets! A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst, bloody oath they are. Just look at the sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Hey, sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discordancy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Mana suara-suara dah? Your name and occupation, please. Macam bunyi hidung.
Yes, sir.
Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector?
The victim was thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be?
Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder.
Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector.
Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. Street map?
Okay.
As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago. At around 5 in the afternoon. It happens on the pavement running alongside Briar Road.
A white thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles.
It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she is currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please.
The case file has been entered into the court record. Okay.
What of the weapon that was used?
Okay, kita tengok dulu.
Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive Green, female, stout build, early 20s. Pavement of Briar Road, East Side. Reporting for this, Rolly Beard.
Tu mungkin penting tu polis tu nanti.
The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch! The victim is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even this crack looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. The jackknives have been entered into the court record. Okay, kita check. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Saya check. Buka. Kecak. Hah? Patah apa tu? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. Smallest piece of blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Susato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh yeah, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possession, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking for some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand workshop, the defendant, Mr. Natsume,
doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance has been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Nasebe possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Oi! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But the word have sought is hello. Is hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Grayson, the prosecution calls you for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the deponent student.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gitu kan.
Okay, witness testimony. Mr. Natsume's arrest.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor, those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out whose the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Old books, you say?
Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident.
Oh. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring.
Saya boleh tengok?
I will take that.
Sorry.
I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector.
The crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. Saya mau tengok.
Your Nipponese men are spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat.
Saya mau tengok. Ah, oh. Dah tahu buku apa? Okay.
Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as he put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato?
Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened.
As I was walking around that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat?
Oh, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next?
The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he is guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them. The victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal. Counsel? Bukan. Si Anu kata itu. Judge. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It is our only chance. Cross-examination. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon and there was an unusually light fog. A light fog, you say? Well, like for London, you could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around this part, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quick! Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Huh? Sato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact not lamented by the accused. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witness to this crime have told us. Ah, yes. Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog may have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation of your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah! The prosecution believed there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite, here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed to the pavement. Collapsed to the pavement. From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from the sprint. Sakit tuh suara. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back.
And you say this poor woman, Miss Queen, remains in critical condition, comatose, no less? I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been treated at baths. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started, so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Begitu kan sepertinya. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Mr. Natsume's belonging? I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic prints of the crime scene. Yes. Okay. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, Gregson. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books, they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield the knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to accept that Mr. Natsume had his hand full with his books. He's managed to close that one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You meant to say that the defendant was holding his belonging as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. There's been a number of robberies in Rock. It was a bookshop, it seems. Okay.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused of the lofty subject matter of his scholarly invention. Attention! The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Oh, Bourbon Books. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodging is this place here, Bourbon Books. Little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mershawn Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he wouldn't take home. Something like this. The local map information has been updated, okay? Yes. I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... Huh? Apa?
Ah, nama. 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 Nama kedai. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
Oh, well, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well, not that I can see it being any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector.
Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic? He was on bourbon books. Oh. Ini lastnya apa? You asked for the help of the famous detective Sherlock Holmes to locate the defendant, I believe.
Stuff and nonsense.
Sorry? The jack in the office, that busybody, just comes and sticks his all in whether we ask him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Holmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detective.
Well, that was nothing to do with me. The lad at the scene must have done it without my permission.
Ah!
I tell them time and again, whenever something happens, send word to headquarters and follow your bloomin' instructions.
I see.
If that meddler get his hand on any details, we'll all be reading it in Rat's magazine next month. And you can bet your last farthing that I'll be in there too, stripe over all my hard work on the case.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. No, Mr. Holmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Holmes?
That all the things I'll be getting. Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to the yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him. Ah!
It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words. Yes, the Reaper words carry a lot of weight, obviously.
Anyway, the point is this. That little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He admitted that those books all over the pavement at the scene were the one he bought that day.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. Awang Ikmal, thank you for the like. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. Okay. Ini. Share. Terima kasih. Saya mau present.
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson.
What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt we found on Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books.
And you found that in the accused's room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Bookshop.
Your Bookshop? Y-O-R-E, I presume?
Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop, not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place. I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And his receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Whether the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have this. Okay, so I have the street map here. If that might be of help. Oh yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant has been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all.
Could that be true?
My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right.
Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment?
Well, obviously we'll look into that. Mana? Please bagi jalan lain. Jangan di sebelah. Alamak. It's just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street, going east. The local maps information has been updated in the courtroom. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Alamak. Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regaled us with such witticism. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think you needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, still sama. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
Yes, thank you, Inspector.
Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Pacha. Whether the man purchased his musty tombs, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
What did I say, eh? What did I say, eh? I have enough of this now.
Beg your pardon, terribly sorry. But would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. We mustn't give up. What? What do you mean? If the prosecution assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. If they claim Soseki-san must have passed the location, boleh kasih tahu apa buku ni? Ah. Inilah, saya save. Tapi saya rasa kita tidak boleh lawan dia punya keputusan tu. I think I better leave it alone for now. Very well. The defense has no rebuttal here. Mr. Naruto, as I said before, we can't give up here. We must fight back. Yes, I realize that, but sometimes the best way to fight is to do nothing, you know. You're right. What am I talking about? Doing nothing won't get us anywhere, huh? It wasn't sitting right with me anyways.
Objection!
The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Hold it!
First, we must deal with the inexcusable tardiness of your objection. What? Mr. Naruto, remember, it's time to fight back. Ah, I don't know what's worse, the court penalty or Sato-san piercing stare. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning for your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the road suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Itu kah dia suruh? If the defendant used these streets, look what happened. He arrived back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victims was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to clowns is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what commonly referred to as the long way round. Huh? On a cold winter's night, why would a man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't, in other words. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But, aha, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused response to such questionings. He claims, aduh, kau ndak ingat? He claims he has no recollection. Huh? That's right, as I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that's the case, the defense still... Siapa berteriak? Oh. I agree with Lord Van Zeeks, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean? We, members of the jury, are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury
to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Oh ya, ada suara.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Hah?
Guilty.
Ada suara.
Oh, guilty. It would appear as the jury's leading is unanimous.
Unanimous, bukan unanimous, unanimous.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and the country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales to the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow.
Those are the eyes of a quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume to intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into an antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago.
Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the member of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what ground you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Berapa jam sudah? 1 jam setengah sudah. Judicial findings. The jurors' contention. Okay.
Pity sakes, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim. The man would have gone around those houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up? I've got work to be doing.
Your books, yes, nice shop that. But purple book, no, not worth a with it. Kenapa?
With one minor exception, the reason for finding the defendants guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victims and the accused. And the accused himself is admitted to seeing the victim in green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector the defendant then fled the scene.
Daniel Muiz Zamain, thank you for the like, terima kasih.
I must say, I would have ample ground to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for that defense? Mr. Naruhodo, there is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their mind. Well, four of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. jury examination. Smart. Smart kah tadi tu? The defense rebuttal. For pity's sakes.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I have a feeling I know your face. Or the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started forcibly around. Bruce Fairplay was the man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and the young hatter bagged as criminals. Oh well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sort of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes.
Come on now, that's what I mean.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Not quite, just precise my point. Really, that someone's wearing green, Mr. Victor.
Apa jadi kan itu?
And clearly that funny little Nipponish man with the disturbing moustache is the culprit.
But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward. Honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
Dah boleh lah masa Ramadan.
But if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are a woman. Who's to say that what goes through your funny little mind?
I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it.
I do declare the man has already met the admission. He himself has stated there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, then the accused must be the man. Really, could it be more simple?
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity. I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
That went well for her. Kenapa kau ni macam mana? Macam first. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back.
Hold it!
But you can't deny there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me, what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, Lakers himself doesn't remember which way he went, does it? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I was supposed to be convincing you there. I had given it a lot of thought, you know. I just didn't make up my mind on a whim like he did. If there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
Kita mau kasih selesai ini, dan kita kasih tamat. Tamat stream.
Whatever the matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Garadep, aren't you? The landlord who ran Mr. Natsume his room.
Your master's wife? Where you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand?
She's keeping up with that charade. This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd be selected for the jury in this trial, I mean.
Well, I was told not to mention to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Although, he's only been little over a week now.
And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who had committed a crime such as this?
Oh my goodness me, yes. He's just the sort.
Huh? What?
Spending all his time in this dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something.
Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such a thing about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just call him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already.
I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. The lack of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. Late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supplies pipes bursting left, right and center. They after cheap labor to get the road digs up to fix it. It's a hard slog from down till dusk it is.
So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
What? Another coincidence?
That's right. Misham Street it was.
Misham Street? On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5.
Juror number 5, why didn't you add that information to your formal statement, please?
What's the point in that? Can we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir. It's important. I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Mission Street from dawn till dusk. So, if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day.
That's right. Like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. It's the only of time of year fellows like me can actually make a few bob, and I'm missing out today.
And when you say from dawn till dusk,
well, the work has to be completed within the day, see? No coaches or pedestrian can pass while it's happening.
I wonder if I could trouble you, sir, to mark on the street map the exact location of the works you were carrying out.
Give it here then. Let me have a look.
Please lah di tengah-tengah tu. Please di tengah-tengah tu. Please di tengah-tengah tu.
Right, let's see then.
Yes!
Here we are, Mersham Street. Yes, it was just here, like. It was a tidy dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drift of snow that had frozen solid.
And what sort of time did you finish the work?
Well, we started in the morning, but we can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. The snow had stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure.
That means the road work was still going on when Mr. Green was attacked at around 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Roadworks on Mersham Street, sir.
Your book.
Yes.
Nice shop that. But Bourbon's books? Bourbon books? No, not worth a visit.
Macam mana bahasa orang dia sudah ni?
Sorry? Folded, you say? Fold what?
No. What I said was, hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you are talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you are all talking about.
Tanta ini. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road. Calabash Road?
Okay.
When I slipped on the ice and dunked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my numbers were up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road.
That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from the old books.
Juror number 6, I must insist. Would you add that information to your formal statement? It may very well be extremely significant.
Sorry, extremely sick. Oh no, I'm quite alright now.
Sakit suara, Joe. Kita go terus je lah. Saya mau push yang last ni. And that was as around 5 o'clock, you say? The same time as the victim was attacked. I don't know anything about the girl who was stabbed, but mine is on the table at the same time every day. And for the record, could you please identify the precise location of your fall?
Goodness, it was aeons ago now. I'm not sure, I can't remember.
It was 3 days ago. Try dredging your memory, please. Well, let me see. It was especially slippery around about. Oh yes, I remember now. It was just on the corner here. What happened to you then? Are you alright? Well, you don't get too many people down Calabash Road, you see? So there was no one around when I fell, no one around when I knocked myself out, no one around when I came to again, and no one around when I sneezed. So I picked myself up and went back to my nice warm house where my grandchildren were waiting for me. A sad and lonely picture you paint, sir. You were fortunate not to have frozen to solid. Yes, how lucky that he wasn't more seriously injured. True, it sounds like it was very nearly another hospital admission, or worse. Ah yes, one more thing. Were you wearing the same green overcoat on the day in question? Absolutely, it's the only coat I have. It took until this morning to dry out properly. Good job too. Or I'd have had nothing to wear here. So, count your blessing, I'd say. Ho ho ho. I suppose we should. This gentleman certainly had a close shave there. Okay. Ya mungkin kurang buat suara sekarang. Sakit sudah suara saya. Silang mic. Webcam. Aduh, sakit loh. Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, Counsel. Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Hey, what? I just want to get this done and dusted. Saya sudah cakap saya tidak buat suara. What? Well, juror number 3. Saya buat suara Naruhodo saja lah. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what's being said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mersham Street, making it impossible. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mersham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman they came across had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yes. My lord, my judge, sir, if I may. Yes, I don't think it's all good conscience, but I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I like to see this trial continue, so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Oh, but what about you, sir? Who? Me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution argument, then I should be filled in. That's what I say. Dua lagi.
Well done, Mr. Naruto. That was wonderful.
Well, we managed to clinch a couple of minor pieces, which strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we will be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do.
Well, Ziggs is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. On which the summation examination, please?
Yes, my lord.
Okay, continue.
Ini kita boleh pit dengan ini.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6.
Why, whatever you mean, sir.
Dah faham.
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable, it's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your bookshops and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man say he had no recollection of his return journey.
What? Tidak payah lompat seorang perempuan yang sekejap.
That's correct.
But what he does remember is seeing someone appears in front of him on the way. Someone in green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
My, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6 account on what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my!
My goodness,
You mean?
That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eye was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that.
My goodness me!
Sorry?
You did a PE?
And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Dry Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
You idiot, old man. If I had been so deaf as to be roaming about there, we have boxed this off hours ago.
Really, what was you thinking? Wearing such a befalting coat.
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for a derelict to walk the street these days? Is it a crime to sleep over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience. But
like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I would like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well? Yay. Well, that examination has concluded with a rather large shift in my opinion. In opinion, the A's 2, the no's 4. So the no's have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the member of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Apa? Spesial lagi? Oh, tangan. Could it seems churlish to me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Francis, it seems I must retract my earlier remarks. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by the Eastern entertainer. Hey? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing this road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement, which you have excavated, sir? That's right, it took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned police friend will tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represent? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue now. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Eh? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the side of your works? Eh? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his minterings around town.
Oh! Is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down by road. Gosh, listen, sentences.
And, old man, cool man, you can talk.
You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there suspicious looking Nippons behind you all the time?
Oh, I can't say as I remember.
You don't remember? How about a wager, my young friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. What I was saying, I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Oh,
Go away, remember. Order, Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not profile Prof. it during the submission examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt can form. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel.
So, my little friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What? What are you talking about?
My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. To the stand? Granted, bailiff, bring forth the witness.
Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruto, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid it's likely to be prosecution next witness. Okay, kita save. Dan kemungkinan kali ini saya punya buat suara-suara kurang sedikit. Saya kurang buat suara sedikit sebab saya sakit tekak sekarang. Masalah bawa suara Mr. Soseki Natsume. Tapi kita try. Kita try. Mana yang saya boleh buat suara, saya boleh buat suara. Saya bagi voice acting. Kalau tidak, apa boleh buat? I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Okay, sekarang kita punya Lord Van Zix bakal kasih keluar dia punya next witness, saksi seterusnya, which is seingat saya polis yang bernama mana? Ini kah? Ini sini. Rolly Bat, gitu kah? Kita mungkin bertemu dengan Rolly Bat sekarang lepasnya. I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end until this battle is over. Ini sekali dengan girlfriendnya kata.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Macam mana suara dia ni ya? Macam budak-budak saya ni. Mata kilat-kilat. Constable Rolly Piet. Sir, kata. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. Okay kau? And I'm Mrs. Piet. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town's hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we're not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Sepatutnya macam tu kan, katakan. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired.
Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, controlling the beat is the most demanding job in the world.
Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually.
Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters are reading a true. And they are responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street light.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, the constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London's Bobby is a man of honor.
Something macam tu. Brody, tidur. And a man of slumber.
On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Dry Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Miss and Mrs. Piet?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Tidur.
Constable Rolly Piet, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness is going to be.
Very good.
I'd like to hear your formal testimony now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir.
Kau patut buat suara macam tidur-tidur. What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change afterward. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over of course, and then went for help at nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Okay, clear as day itu kita perlu ubah. Mungkin tengok macam mana. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you establish in the submission examination will be quashed.
Is death nil, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London puppy sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may very well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Except that the man is so tired. His wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence this cross-examination, please. Okay, Pak. Saya dalam mana tahu tidak tercover, tidak terkeluarkan saya punya muka di webcam.
Yes, my lord.
My lord. Okay, apa yang kita boleh dedahkan di sini? What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding anniversary, no?
Okay. Saya mau tahu apa tempat makan orang pergi.
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Biet? Oh no, certainly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well,
I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Oh. Selamat pagi.
What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir, proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of common men. Sir, and for such noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble.
because I know that the plotting of my boots, it's all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then? But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. This is bad put up with a lot being married to a puppy like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Eesh. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. The young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Anyway, two silhouettes appear out of the fog on the pavement. Two silhouettes? That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Pride Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictures in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are street lights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Nabil Mukrish, thank you for the like, terima kasih. What? Oh yeah, that's right, of course. There was a little fog on the ground, but Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrian. Before sleep taking a firm hold, your answer please. Mr. Piet, are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir, as a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets. I swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Sudahlah, Batu. This is maintaining that there were no one else around that other victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moment that's followed? All of a sudden... Oke, ini biarlah kita press saja, press. Hold it. Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Bangun dah. What? Oh, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see, old books. Yes, sir. The culprit has dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Something else. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. Patricia ni siapa? Perempuan tadi tu kan? Rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Hold it. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dark without question, sir. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. It seems as though they're telling the truth here. The truth here. Suara siapa lah saya buat tu? May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife? Now please continue.
Yes, sir.
We ran straight over, of course, and then went over again. Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Sakit suara.
Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beard to go. I was off duty by that point. But the Bob is never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beard. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was tapped wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir.
Tiduling. Let's move on, shall we? Okay, ini yang last. Ini apa?
What, surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, wouldn't you? We absolutely could, but us Londoners has exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. But my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes.
And what of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. It is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the ends of your own arm.
Yes, all right. I'll take your point. But now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can't tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw.
Little?
Can't we, darling?
Huh? What? Oh, yes. It was the accuser, no mistake. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san so running away from the scene of the crime. Okay. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I had to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Biet saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So, if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no! Then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean somewhere else?
The statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help.
But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in their statements somewhere.
In these statements somewhere.
If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do I always seems to be so up against it?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all this question about everything we've told you so. It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it.
What?
No, it's not. It's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell, okay, ini yang kita mau. I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is.
That will do, Mr. Beard. Mrs. Beard.
No, it would do at all. The Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Trolley will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's face down. But perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beard? Mrs. Beard? Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That will settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Ada 6 nggak? Oh, ada 6. Oke, ini kita tanya.
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say.
Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife after all. I did it for Rolly.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know, ever so hard, don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beard, seeing as you regale the court with tales of your power of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the book you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and was it at Yearnings?
Oh, betul.
Then there was a meal for someone.
Ay? Ini ada satu buku yang hilang. Sebab John Gary Depp dengan bini dia bergaduh.
Then give me something. You see?
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh well, they were all along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Oi, pistol. Anyone who upset my Patricia will have me to answer to. Tidur balik. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. So that's it, is it? That's the entire testimony? Okay, saya ada working hypothesis, working apa? Bukan alibi, deduction, tapi mungkin terlampau awal. Ini kita examine. Mana lagi buku keempat? Saya present ya. So, you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right. I remember all of them.
The picture of Monsieur somebody, what is it, yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thin gum is something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Biet, but there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what flaw?
Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
But no, that can't be. I saw them. I saw them.
You know.
Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me.
Sorry.
It's that big old lump of a dead body. The lid is so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book. That's all.
Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we are insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Biet. But Mr. Natsume could only possibly have dropped the 4 books you described.
Why not?
Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume? Evidence. Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof you have that the accused did not drop 4 books? Ini kan? Sebab dia beli 3 buku saja. The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books? Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchase that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
No.
Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your power of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you said it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, no!
Objection!
Apa lagi? It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Japanese fan. What? What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene, a fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah! Huh. Aduh, sakit dah. What? So, you're striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Aha! He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with the toasts. To the policeman's wife had her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Kau kasih sembunyi, ah? Allow me to press another on that shows... one that shows the victim's hand. The lion's pride. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view into original premise by the victim's torso. No. No! Order! Order! There, you see, look at that. Look. Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused of the day in question. Miss Viet, the title once again, if you please. Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. Lecoq, gitu kan? Was it Jennings? Canterbury Jennings. A mail for someone. A mail for Gabriel, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book title flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Piet's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. Berapa menit sudah? 30 menit lebih. Sakit suara. But there were only 3 books on that receipt, and Miss Piet mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that seems odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book. I wonder what became of the 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. Buku ko na bagi? Okay. The 4th book has been entered into the court record. What is it? Kita cek buku tu. The prosecution rests. Nah, rehat lah kau sana. Coba sini macam terbakar. Kena gigit. Oh. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly bent. You're right. You're never able to read it in this state, especially not the later pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edge of the papers, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seems to raise a red flag with me? Okay, kita update information there. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your submission examination, an attempted discrediting of the witness's power of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Miss Pat, marry me, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their position? Should the court waste any more time upon this travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Rinosuke, think. What do you do now? I should just keep quiet and see what happened. Well, it appears the defense has no objection at this juncture, in which case...
Mr. Naruhodo.
Maksudnya dia suruh kita bagi lambat pun dia punish ya. Isn't a drastic finger pointing punishment enough? No, my learned friend. It's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Vanseens, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed, for allowing a judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Gitu lah. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer, so you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant advice essential and opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finish.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination to you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we're waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't get let... Tapi kita sudah cek, kan ada baru lagi. Apa? The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one for the piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Ini kan.
Take that!
The fourth book, found at the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further will be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Yes,
I'm afraid, counsel, must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you to this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So, I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right.
So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Present.
Got it!
Got it! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp!
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching for this clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nippondist friend?
Oh,
Yeah. Were I to conclude a point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some wild clue as to what happened that day, pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
a chart book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours.
What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tomb has suffered? Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of the book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand, and she fell to the floor after all. It obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamblers go awry. Counsel, the defense response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So, tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Ini kan?
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb.
The landlords?
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garrideb herself.
Oh my goodness me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrideb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Miss Garrideb's house?
I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. The woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time that the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mr. Garrideb's house. Jam berapa sudah? Sekejap lagi saya kasih tamat lah. Jam 3 sudah.
Good Lord, what sort of incident, counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Right to say it was.
Macam mana sudah?
Under the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Was off. It is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? By Jove, the very same title that is the subject of this debate.
Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you told the court that is that a book by the same name was involved in the fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make some more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into detail, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to one you love. Can you, Raleigh? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Had all my favorite old books in that case. What, as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smokes. Then the fire started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen.
The man has his
The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious! Are you suggesting that a book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation helped the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We all saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Gadidep's household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoners would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? Do you honestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gadidep's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Apa ni? Siapa? Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign tricksters. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight? Honestly, implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance sake. How could you? Has nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you, that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's names through the mud, simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should block your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponish shouting, spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry, what's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Ziegs? In truth, my lord, I feel these has been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been cracked. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discordancy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decision regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Susahnya mau follow suara dorang. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Berapa sudah? Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. Saya akan stop di sini. Oke, so kita akan buat another summation examination untuk semua juri. Kita mau tengok macam on the last session, semua anggap kita punya klien, kita punya defendant bersalah, guilty. So kita mau tukar lagi fikiran dorang. My lord, The defense asked to exercise its rights to a summation examination. Dan Van Six macam biasa akan marah lah. Mana ba saya buat suara serak dulu ni. Saya pun tak pandai sudah pakai sampai tekak.
You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve?
Gitu kan. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Determined sama mana-mana ya lah. Okay, kita buat. Kenapa tuh bukan tidit berapa? Nggak sampai 5 menit. Tapi kenapa lah? Kita sambung saja lah. Susah bah mau agak bila game ni bakal kasih selesai dengan continue dia punya barang. So trial part 2 dia ialah another summation examination. So kita sambung je lah. Sambung saja lah Ben. Ni kita punya tanya polis ni. Saya tak expect polis dia begini muda sebenarnya. Saya expect somebody yang tua. Tapi tak sangka polis muda pula kita soal siasat.
I have considered the defense counsel requests for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense judicial rights to this procedure. Procedure,
Gitu kah suara dia?
So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
Okay, so sekarang dia sangat-sangat guilty. So kita pergi judicial findings lagi untuk dapatkan. Kenapa defendant saya bersalah? Please.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
Okay. Macam mana suara dia ni?
There was some novel, alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. I might consider.
Okay.
And if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dear Whitney, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some paint tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Okay, suara Santa. Come on.
Come to think of it, I have a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Gitu kah?
Yes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court might accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene, and moreover, no one else would even at the scene to commit the crime.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
Gateman, that means, I'm afraid, that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Apa?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And there I was thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel.
Oh, yes, my lord.
All right, Shinosuke, focus your mind now.
Uy, 2 kali. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say, Mrs. Garrideb. We have a book that disappeared from Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mr. Garrideb, Mrs. Garrideb, and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Oh, kita boleh tengok dia punya reaction. Jury's examination. The defense rebuttal. The accused left behind evidence. Okay, ni kita. To be safe, to be perfectly safe, let us save our progress so far. Okay. Tak tanya dulu semua. But as we know now, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Apa ada 6? 6 juri kah? Saya lupa sudah. Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fine scrap with his wife or something, you said? That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leave the nobody's fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. Okay.
Hold it!
Apa? So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? But not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelming suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelming strong testimony. So, despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelming guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But as modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'll be only too happy to reconsider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right. I'm glad you admitted rationally. Even if the woman was throwing bugs, it can't be related to this crime if the window is closed, can it? Kita mau tahu bukti tingkap terbuka. But what the possibility that the windows was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? Prosecutor Fellows over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of call indoors. Tapi time itu tengah terbakar. So no, the window wasn't open, as Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow, I'm too sure there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. So, but... Truly me, it was only a little book, hardly left threatening. Oh, ini ada terbakar. But the little book was on fire at the time. Was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. dah kena apa orang di sebelahnya? Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray your fiery love, isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garridet. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of this suggestion that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? Masih lagi mengelak. It doesn't seem to be turning a hair against the Garridet relentless onslaught. It mows a tall. It's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Look, I just want to again. Tanya apa masalahnya? You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? The man's future is at stake here. Well, him and both me then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some reddies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know? She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of a marital bliss then. A situation like this cropped up the other day and was, well, do you know, it's funny, but I can quite remember. Sorry. It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Biet will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Macam mana kita mau jog memory? Come to think of it, can you? Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchild baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? What? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I must have all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like a devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was! The grandchildren, Preston, threw water on me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room has filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows? The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I got a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason, for somehow. I need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again the juror statesmen are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they are right, even in the face of logical argument on the contrary. I think you are going to need to bid up against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes, although necessarily need to find contradiction between their decision, there's a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit.
Ini kita boleh pit. Dengan ini. Kita try.
Objection!
The two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point me again. I told you it wasn't me.
What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebration last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his window in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadep's household, and Mr. Garadep has the following to say about it. The whole place is filled with smoke. Oh my head.
Oh, panik kau minum banyak, minum.
Excuse me!
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadep.
Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. The window?
Semangat sih. And what if we did? All right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It will be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. You simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadep's formal statement.
Apa sudahnya?
Tanya, at the point when the victim was attacked on Briar Road, you know there was a small house fire in the Garadep's household on the opposite side of the street. Oh yes, it certainly seems that way. And on account of the smokes, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in the spite of the cold. We also know that Mr. Garadep was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband, who was backed to a corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack. Yes, that's right. So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man and out of the window. Only what? Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road at all. Oh, so I don't really see how I can change my decision really. Oh, I see. That wasn't enough. What is it going to take to persuade these people? The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows a very obvious sign of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadep told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did not throw at your husband a copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. That was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, and you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At a time like this, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well, you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Oh, funny.
Excuse me.
What is it, jury number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. The memory I blocked out. Ah, it was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Caradeb, or the maid, I'll have you know. Mengaku juga dah. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago. I just got back home after work, like, I put my hands in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting on some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade went whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When the women lose their wrath, they'll throw anything at you. Knife, hatchets, hammers, you name it. You name it! Mr. Nile, although you wouldn't think all that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's word could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Owen and Rachel. Ini kita tanya dulu. You have really threw a chicken kitchen knife at you? That's right, she was chopping meat with it. Had a tiny edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not bad when she calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think that this whole idea of ladies first that we are so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who've been tossing the Thames a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this jury's statement just sounds a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. Apa? Saya mau cek. Ini
pisau apa? Itu balik. Apa? Kita tidak boleh buka ke first page. Ada tak orang tulis nama sana? Okay. Apa yang kita boleh buat? Oke, kita boleh pit. Kita try. Sekejap. Kita save. Kita try tanya si Mrs. Carridan sama ada dia ada baling pisau kah? Alah, salah kah? Oh. Alah. Bahaya. Loh. Lagu tu. Kita tajam. Okay. Masih habis. I really don't. Kau bully bang, susah to take down kau. Kita try balik. Ini dia bertukar muka dia.
Oke, Topusu.
Excuse me.
Juror number 5, is something troubling you? What's that now? Say it again. Go on. Oh, well, I said, is something troubling you? No, nothing particular like. When was it all? Oh, kalau temis. He said you keep as a juror first, and actually didn't. Oh, dia bertukar macam tu siapa? Boleh kan?
Objection.
Iya. Saya. Macam mana? Apa lagi kita mau push? Penting. Oke.
Hold it.
Kita press. Ini kita sudah pursue kan? Only what?
Hold it.
Pertanyaan. Oke, apa? Kita sudah buat perubahan.
Hold it.
Bukan sepatunya.
Hold it.
Sepatunya tuh. Oh yeah. I'm sure the defendant will be delighted that you are using this trial to explore your past. How is there more related to discuss exactly? Oh, sorry. What's that? We'll have to speak up, I'm afraid. Never mind. He's at death as a post when he wants to be, but actually, he's old and elected. I just proved the alternative explanation and to make my point to some of the jury. Okay. Saya sudah deal. Saya sudah pin kah? Saya sudah pin kan orang tuanya? Saya set lagi momentum. Ini kan?
Objection.
This is it.
Hold it.
Bukan counter-tick. Apa? Apa?
Wah, tidak syok nih kalau saya terpaksa cek walkthrough. Apa dia punya? Oke, tingkap kita sudah tahu tingkap terbuka. Ini kita sudah di sini. Ini dari sini kita boleh press siapa lagi? Ada perubahan? Apa? Kenapa ramai nih? Just happened. Hello, welcome to the stream. Nih, udah merepek sekarang nih. What a terrible talk. So, kita mau guna the kitchen knife. Ini boleh kan? Tes. Oh, ada connection. Okay. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain counsel at once. Okay. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the neck. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, it was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrett room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object beside the book could have found its way from the Garrett household to the street below. Eh? What's that now? After all, Mr. Garrett could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little pimple? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of the book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As a foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. Don't give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house. But what? What was it? We're taking a big gamble here. That was a most bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that, at the very least, it warrants further investigation. All right, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrett's household to the scene of the crime was this jackknife.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrett. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Oh! Good Lord, Counsel! What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was locked into the victim's back, man! My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who've been back up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed into to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp? Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Even my missus hasn't got an aim like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my! Oh! Mrs. Garrett, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Jawapan. Give me. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, jatuh. Bangun, bangun. My lord. Apa? Oh, kedua.
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now, with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman.
I have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents.
Yeah. We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense summation examination, a number of jurors leaning to change. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocence. Accordingly,
Suara.
accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue.
Yeay. Jam berapa sekarang? Oh, baru setengah jam kah saya main? Oh, 45 menit. Oke. Kita try.
Now then, Lord Van Six, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Minum air dulu. Sempat.
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce.
Buang. Kaki.
Like a cork wine, the first few sips are bitter enough.
Ya. Macam mana dapat saya?
But what follows is so repugnant. It's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zix, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative position of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angel this time? Oh kan, rumah dia orang jauh banget. Oke, ba? Ngomong-ngomong di depan, ba?
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road.
Wih. Aduh. Sendawa tu.
Which means that the distance from the Garrett house to the scene is 15 yards.
Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. Wih, 14 meter. Jauhnya. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined.
As you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having potential significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly held by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's finger and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend?
Saya rasa buku itu jatuh di lantai, and then kita punya victim, kita punya mangsa ambil, and then somehow kena cucuk di belakang.
And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
Macam mana tu?
There's nothing I can say to that. Let's prosecutor love the sound of his own voice.
No, I don't. Saya tidak suka suara dia.
Mr. Sato, serious detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistants, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible.
Saya suka lagu si Van Zix ni. Syok.
To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joanne Kennedy, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented. Mana sebut? It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. Witness stand. Something.
Buang. Oh. Membazir.
And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zee,
Gitu kak?
suara. Padahal baru makan obat.
There are already witnesses in the stand, those whose testimony defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend Partial theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes, and we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rody Biet, reporting for duty, sir.
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now. Sir, I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, really, my hero, you make me swoon.
Very well, I hereby reject the defense request.
Oh,
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. Set forthwith before the court any detail pertaining to the defense alternative explanation of events.
yes, sir.
So, saya harap itu kita punya victim jalan pergi tengah. Bukan di sana dia jatuh. Constable Beat, entah.
This case has nothing to do with Mrs. and Mrs. Sheridan. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on top floor of the Garrett house are top hinge casement. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Raleigh was there to make sure nothing would disturb. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Itu saya.
Well, this is quite startling. Top hinge casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Oh yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is a top hinge casement window?
And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Caradep's room. All right, I'll try.
Oh. So the windows open in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Alah, begini siapa? But at its top hinge casement windows, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you rectify your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent features is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents its opening. This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane has been shattered, something we've discounted already. But that can't be. That can't be. Did you see that, Raleigh? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Collapse. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Raleigh, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. Oh, good, another desperate situation. Kejap, saya macam mau stop. 9 minit lagi saya stop. Kita jadikan sesi ini lebih kurang 1 jam. Kalau saya boleh selesaikan cross-examination ni, Constable Beard report. This case has nothing to do. Okay. Mungkin saya tidak bagi voice sebab saya mau kasih tamat cepat-cepat. It's this, okay. Visualize that before the movie. Okay, akan saya... Abang Iqmal, thank you for the like dan share. Tapi saya mau kasih habis strip sudah. Thank you ah. Tapi thank you for the like dan shares. Oh, Raleigh, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. Hey, Lee. No, none of this is what I mean. I mean, how can we say for certain? Nothing to do. Oh, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? Absolutely, sir. Okay, kenapa dia orang tidak related? Okay. Apa saya mau tengok? Saya mau tengok kau punya buku. Saya mau tengok kau punya buku. Hah? Okay. Next. Oke, ini kan.
Tanya, kasih press semua statement ya.
Yes, sir.
Oke, ini sudah kita tahu. Ini sudah kita tahu. Kita mau tahu mana dia punya beat, bener beat si laluan si officer.
And what would that be, sir? What do you even know? Why would you have any of the sort? Okay. Ah, well, sir. That's very simple. See, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Oh,
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Miss Piet? Sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. You really were. So lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course, I feel sorry for the woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we're just so lucky. Lucky it didn't happen on Holy Speed. It was so close.
oh.
Oh yes, let's treat Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly Beats and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Oi, tidur lagi kau, bangun. Constable Piet. Piet.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the...
Jap.
Ada saya mau cek. Saya mau cek nama.
Beata.
Biata?
Ini Jerman. Apa namanya nama Jerman?
Beat.
Beat kah?
Beat. Beat.
Oi, apa itu? Saya cek website.
So dia beat kah? Bukan biata? Bukan biet? Kalau at least internet cakap lah. Actually, it's cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garadep's household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it as well? Outside Mr. Garadep's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement is aside. Oh. I see. Wasn't aware of that. This thing, the women have been attacked just on the brother side of Iron, but never have been able to go for that meal or Salvador. Witness the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are Barbies. So I'm looking for the benefit of all of them.
Okay.
Okay. Kita boleh push.
Oh, ini.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun has gone down already. What's up? But Rolly and I was strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking at lucky stars. Sorry? We started with regards to eternal happiness. Can it guide to answer the question? With the flaming birds had grown. It will have light, lit up like a shooting star. She seen star and I made a wish upon it. But Rolly the inspector would have said.
Of course, words will be small and we couldn't actually see this. Okay, dorang tidak nampak.
It seems like the truth. Yes, you said that you were... Is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been really big, I would know exactly where I was going. Of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box and every bit. So Rulu told me the way, only I sort of getting lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. You terrible sense of... Huh? Who's bad? Who's wrong? Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. And like I said, I really want to see Mendung the whole time. Make me feel nothing was to say. Oh, dia bukan tidur lah. Bukan kau tidur lah. Kalau ikut keterangan sebelum ini, bukan bini kau cakap kau tidur di lantai. Nothing to report. Tanyalah. What? I wasn't really... I mean, what she's doing. Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman and for my word. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? As Mr. B, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the power of resistance to statuette is a very long matter. I heard that. The Japanese being down. Well, watch out, sir. I won't let you get away with something like that. But my rolly won't. Duly noted, Mr. Beat. Mrs. Beat, please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
Hold it!
Mrs. Bean, nobody's questioning what you've told us. Ini betul lah. Oh yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. Of course, ending up in the wrong place without intervention. I was ever so cross. Oh, di mana kamu? Salah, ano?
Excuse me!
Constable Pete, is there a problem? Oi, bangun. Hey, no sir, no problem sir. Bring us something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Piat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, as I know, the bank speak of it for mine, she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she back inside time, but it was gone good 15. Oh, really is it? A bouquet, silly. A bouquet? Sorry. What bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was present, right. Yes, how romantic. Not you, my darling. Oh, yes. But that was just between us. Not talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Because I'm a bit confused. Oh. Miss Pete, this bouquet you mentioned. I'd like to add details about it to your testimony, please. Yes, I love to.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Apa? In case you need reminding, Miss Pete, the victim is not deceased. It is her husband, presumably. That's right, silly me, I've gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't think how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? What the worst of it, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again as we leave. The change. Oh. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this solitary rose? Ooh, yes, that's it. Maybe just call it a rose. Well, it's not forensics. Where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, I found the hatchet in front of Carrie Depp's house. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning. Later. Ay, mananya? No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Saya mau tengok kau punya rose. Does it have anything of importance? Oh. Ada detail lain kah yang saya boleh? Oke, macam inilah. Saya tamatkan di sini. Sebab terus terang cakap, saya pun ada something tandas. Saya mau kasih stop tapi saya mau kasih toilet break tapi masalahnya apa saya takut sekejap saya lepas itu saya sambung balik dan saya rasa saya stop juga jam 3. Oh iya, assalamualaikum, selamat petang ada Wangsang. So kita mau sambung Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Iyalah. Dan sekarang nih part 7. Dan kita trial part 2 di Old Bailey. Sebab semalam saya lupa apa sudah jadi ya. Tapi ada something yang kita mau buat lah. Sekejap. Kita tengok dulu apa cerita ada nih. Macam ada disuruh. Tapi semalam saya kena kasih berhenti stream. Kan semalam, tadi pagi. Oke. Ini kan dia cakap tempat dia gelap. Dan orang cakap buke itu dijumpai di ini kita push dulu. Ada apa-apa nggak? Kita hold it dulu, tanya dulu apa cerita dia nih. Oke. Bukan, dia bukan kulanya. Oke. Well, that's another way. How do you make all of this? Ah, yes, Apple idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along, but I believe I'm starting to get the picture of what really happened here now. I thought the book that has no business being at the scene of the crime. Made me sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us. But it's becoming clear, increasingly clear, that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. Apa sebenarnya isu? Oke. We could have seen it. Oke. Apa maksudnya? Oh bad, oh really? Ah, come on. Oh, please. Oke, ini kita push lagi ya. So apa sebenarnya kita mau push then? Pasal apa? Regarding what? Oke. Kita tanya balik pasal tingkap. Ini tingkap dia ini tidak boleh buka full, dia boleh buka sedikit saja. Oke, ini location dia perlu mungkin jatuh.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Mrs. Beat? Bukan Beat ya? You look well delighted. Okay. Lucky? What do you mean? Okay. Constable B. Oh yeah, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garida household yesterday. Their house is on my PGC, sir. Okay. Constable. Apa issue? Okay. Macam mana mau kasih push si polis ni untuk beritahu? Apa lagi benda yang saya belum push ya? Semua sudah saya press. Tapi ini dia cakap pasal tidak jumpa benda jatuh dari langit. Ini pasal apa? Benda yang apa namanya? Pasal buku tuh. Ada buku jatuh atau tidak? Ada pisau jatuh atau tidak? Oke, kita tanya polis. Pad, oh rolling. Oh please, okay. Ini part. Tengok balik tuan. Your books. Ada apa-apa? Kita cek apa tuh? Ada maksud ya? Ada tarikh apa? Kata? Saya mau tahu apa cerita newspaper ini. Ini shows. Oke, ini saya balik-balik deh. Ini kan initial investigation kan. Oke. Saya coba save dulu. Sebab saya not sure whether Malay atau tidak saya mau push ni. Saya mau present. Bukan. Saya mau present ini. Dia di bahagian item 2 dalam regulation.
Objection!
Alah, salah. Apa? Sudah masuk case ketiga, case keempat. Dia start sudah begini nih. Semua case dia macam vague gitu. If anything. Mana location? East. Macam mana saya mungkin? Kita push siapa yang saya balik-balik tanya semua. Oke, mungkin kita tanya. Ada 4 kita try tidak paksa, tidak push di next statement. Inilah yang macam pelik sangat. Apabila dia kasih jatuh, ini apa maksud dia wrong side? Mana dia dari atas? Dari bahagian mana dia sudah pusing gitu. Itu kan maksud dia. invisible attacker. Ada lagi. Kita teruskan mempush. Oke. Oh, roll. Rolling. Teruskan ini pasal tingkat penting. Oke. Oh, ini saya pernah tahu. Oke. Ini kita coba tanya balik. Kita coba go through balik, tapi kita begituan. Yang reaction ya kan.
Excuse me.
Para. Si menang dulu salah ini. Oke, ini pasal polis, nearby police box. Oke. Kejap, apa? Apa maksudnya? What? Ada reaction. Ini kenapa dia move? Oke. Kita save. Kita try tanya pasal itu bokeh. Reason. Anniversary booking.
Objection!
You claim Constable Pete. There was nothing to report, and the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Pete, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road, to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that large bouquet, if a single, bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Miach? Apaan tuh cara sebutnya? But if that were the case, why did Constable Pete not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Pete swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rowley didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beard's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here. It was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rowley's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word the scrawny lawyer says, wittering about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking. That's what it is. Oh, good. Mrs. Garrideb's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb's, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such elaborate deception? Yes, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Biar saya teka, polis ni mau buat dia punya bukan hari anniversary, so yalah. Sebab itulah dia tolong, dia kasih pindah tu mayat. Bukanlah mayat, body bukti. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat. It was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Luke Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box, fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene was the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I betted with him. He did it. He did it.
Thingy man. If that was true, Constable Pete would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out,
but where did you drop your bouquet, Mrs. B? It was after the defendant has fled the scene.
Oh, well...
Objection!
First, you made accusation about landlords and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusation lacks one very important thing. Motif kah? Motif? You claim the crime scene was tampered with. I'm Jigs. Hello. Thank you for the comment. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would he have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Thank you for the share, bro. Thank you for the like. Terima kasih. Saya sakit suara mas sekarang. And until you do, your accusation has nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat motive for tampering with the crime scene is to hide. This I said, you know. Where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby has to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Prior Road. We saw that happen, remember?
It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, counsel. If that's what... Aduh, sakit ya suara. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my dear police friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Sini.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Catnap's book fell directly down from the open windows above, and the bouquet, Mrs. Beard, never moved at all. What did move? Was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening, and already dark. There was typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. What was the action? That was actually on the west side of Bry Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in the spread, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything in fact to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary!
But the constable overlooked one thing. What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume.
Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zyck said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet. It was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Winner. Oh, really? It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. Allah. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only, it seems, it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, really? Why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim death should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the yard's reputation, for everything. I have a possible explanation for why on that particular evening, Constable Bet felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You're a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman? And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it'll make no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea the feelings behind this man's action. What gives away the motive for Constable Pitt's unthinkable action? Kita save dulu. Saya rasa ini pasal si perempuan tu bahkan pasal dia orang mau pergi anniversary bahkan. Kan? I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizen on his beat in all kind of ways. There's no doubt that young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Pete had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Miss Piet stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road, when he saw the shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beth puts up with not being married to Bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care.
Oh no.
This is the warrant card the Constable B offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules of patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, the policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detective.
Aha!
Constable Pete. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said, it's all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on the Constable Pete beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
it was the first time since I became a copper that I ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, the policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she had to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I didn't believe the words that were coming out of my mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. You'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Road, Meerschaum Street, and then... Oh, you're nangis. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ew, Constable. I just wanted, just one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Raleigh. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. Oh, I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman of the freezing cold pavement.
Oh, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly. That was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Huh? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. 2 of them dropped by Mr. Natsme, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garridub's household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the other was scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh well, sir. That's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. What's up about it, sir? Interesting. The 4th book information. has been updated in the court record. I thought it was just an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jolt of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
Oh no.
My lord. Yes, Lord Venzix. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. All right then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. Bagi tu bunga, and never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir? You mean to say? Leave now. Trial is not yet over. Oh, sir! Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Venzix, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. Prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. Megan.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again, the assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joanne Garriday. Me? Oh, dearie me!
Objection!
The request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garriday, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garriday. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and they cleared the smoke from the room. Your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the top hinge casement window, the book plummeted directly down. Just TV, thank you for the like. Finding its way to what we know now to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you drew not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
Oh, I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I pick up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said, members of the jury, did not testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh,
Make no mistakes, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
but that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. I have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking?
What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garrideb?
Now, you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence. If you're going to insist on this being my fault, you're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh!
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zieks.
I'm going to have to testify?
Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truth being unearthed, truth of which the witness themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord.
Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in this Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joanne Garrideb. And I'm, I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid.
Or what, anyway? The court had decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh dear.
Siapa Joanne ini? Oh, suami dah.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in that room that day, all thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
What? But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice at all. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
Awang Iqbal, thank you for the like. I presume you are Mr. John Gurrideb? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living a quiet life as it were. Thank you for the share, terima kasih. The quiet life. We are not engaged in incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Hey, suara. Yes. On the day you're referring to, the wife and I did a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knock a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that ball thing is the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite a battlefield in your household that evening, although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy has kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a daft whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origin of this jackknife. In combat, one focus on arrows such as the surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Well, 6 may very well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. The Battle of Gerrit.
Hold it!
No reason. That's what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly. Kena marah kan?
Hold it!
Anything of mine, okay. Bath water. Defended, listen, that's what you mean. Okay. That's usually a stipend for his studies, you know. Have you actually seen the state of the man? Oke, saya mau tahu di rumah dia bagaimana pendidikan baru. Saya tahu pisau itu dari mana. Bahaya.
By Jupiter! Excuse me!
Apa yang kamu tambah? Nothing of any significance, no. Just a barrage of projectiles the whole thing launched in my direction. Was somewhat more solid than she implies. Book, bricks, the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed directly on every... Ay, kenapa kok isi dia punya pipe? Honestly, John. Di balik dia punya pipe. Apa? Oh. That could be interesting.
Objection!
Apa nih? Indeed. Mari kita cek. Oh. Wow, cuman di dalam tuh banyak tempat di dalam sana. Oke, udah boleh kasih sambung nggak? Oke, so kita cek balik di pisau. Oke, apa namanya efeknya? Oh, oh, 20 for the price of 19. Knives and knives, bukan knives and fork. Here we go again with this counter. Okay. Okay, betul lah. Oh, kilat baru. Oke. Kita tanya dulu. Objection. Aduh. Wow, tahun bila nih fingerprinting? Serius nih? Tapi belum lagi, tunggu modern dulu. Oke, kita try kasih selesai tipe piano.
Sampai dia sebut tiny shred lagi. Banyak perkataan yang wording-wordingnya di sini. Kena adjust berdasarkan supaya bagi hint. Okay, so kita present dengan ini. Mr. Garuda, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? Used to call me Dead-Eyed Dab back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now, even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, we does, dearie me, it's rather wearing, being asked about every other letter in every other word. Okay. More pipes, you see. Pop. What? Looking rather confident in extraordinary statement, Counsel. Isn't pertinent evidence to the court.
Take that!
This is a knife that was found on the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blade sold at unsavory street markets. That's one of this particular knife.
Objection!
Joshua, thank you for the like. Terima kasih. Okay, sekarang kita tahu sudah pisau tu ada kaitan. Apa lagi kita boleh buat? In short, this knife Macam tu ah. Oh, dia punya baju masih ada terbakar lah. Hah? Lepas ada bunyi anu ni. Oh, saya terdengar bunyi something. Ada? Kasih Jix komen, tidak? Oh, saya dengar tadi, teping. Entahlah. Apa isu ya? Oh, kaki naik ke atas. Sebab maksud dia, kalau orang sedang berjalan tidak mungkin tercucuk di belakang lah. Terus loh. Terus buka. Okay. Kadang bagus juga benda yang kita boleh nampak. Nampak awal. Oh. Harus sedar pula dia punya bini itu naik atas kotak. You do the good defenses by far the spectacle and wonder. Ada. Apa yang kau panik? Saltulah kita punya mangsa tu pegang tu buku. Sebab dia nampak di lantai. Dia tunduk. Hai. Benda semua ni small the matter. It's fatally flawed.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! Macam mana saya mau ikut suara dia tu? It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel. There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Surely it must be the last time. Counsel, present evidence which you speak. This is the last inconsistency. The final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully... Okay. Ini kita save dulu. Mana tahu salah pilih kan.
Udah nampak tuh, ini kah? So, ini kah? Bukan yang ini. Sebab ini akan update kan?
Take that!
This is the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. Wow, lagu. The bird broke. Ini saya kasih tukar dari 2 saat. Saya kasih autoplay lah. Oh sir, it's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, sakit sudah saya bertekak. Waktu saya tak bagi suara sudah nih. Jingle. Kamu paham sudah? Kamu paham sudah? Benzik, kau paham? Piano. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsu. Oh, I never. Maybe it's to Mr. Natsu. Banyak juga kau punya accident nih. Don't, yeah. It's all right, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. Macam gambar kawin orang. More than 6. What news of Mrs. Carrington? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's event had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, their cause what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for consequences of their action. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had the word from hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her. Oh, wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume? Yes. Akhirnya. Oh, yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes. Constable Bede said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain. Nak boleh pasal dia tak sakit. Oh, kena ganti pula tempat nak join.
heartily commend you both. Kau Benzix, kau bukan kata apa-apa. Kau mau anu sih. This is my lord. Famikun, thank you for the like. Nah. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say I have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home one time. Saya sakit suara. GWS tu apa tu? GWS.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Saya kasih habis ni kenapa saya mau cakap quest. Saya mau kasih habis ni case. Lepas tu harap-harap dapat pilih. Saya mild fever sama mana ni sekarang. Batuk tidak batuk lah, sakit suara saya. Okay, thank you. Saya akan get well soon. Tanya, Cik Soseki Natsume. Syabas, Anda tidak bersalah. Oh yes sir, of course. Tingginya dia punya suara ni. Kalau saya buat sakit. Thank you, Council. Court is adjourned. Kalau yang tebal-tebal boleh. Yang serak-serak, yang tinggi-tinggi. Hai, sakit 20th of February, 3:17 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, locum! Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last! Bukan, susah. Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, Iron, please. Wouldn't it be so hard just to say that then? Mr. Natsume is delighted. Look, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that. Lovely, loyal, locum lawyer. Huh? Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering bricks building, and from high up windows, I see them looking down on me laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind the baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare to the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks along the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering.
We're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Oh, yeah. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster have been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh,
the trial shall begin presently.
Lama, lambat niya ako sampay.
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No, then my haste was in vain. Ah, it's you, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounter had taken place in a gloom, worthy of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Sherlock Holmes. You are the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You are the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behave. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Suseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And, it seems, you're not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after all this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what passing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It will be all right, Mr. Natsume. Huh? If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! What a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experience to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less real terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse?
That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more these strange feelings claws at my inside. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san could be an interesting read.
And what about Mitsusato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your moustache compatriot?
Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room?
Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up with the floor, a ceiling, and walls.
Great.
And of course, I'll be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Oh yes, it tried to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
Well, think about it. That's alright. We'll think about it bukan well, little luck.
Perhaps I can offer you a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though, ended up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on a matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you. And yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release. For your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy. Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellows, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening.
And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established,
we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street.
The end. Belum lagi, aduh. The attic room. Wah, ada parallax kah? So this This to be our new office, yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? 事務所。どうかthe office. I hope you can see this, Kazuma. I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Nuts may arrive. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry. London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity and mirth. But the brightest of light, it's the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of this Mr. Schultz so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. And episode! Yatta! Akhirnya! Terima kasih. Habis bolehlah. Dengan yang banyak saya tidak bercakap nih. Sorry lah.